Good morning, everyone. Our day with the first and they'll have to restart. Hello, we are back. I think apologies for the technical delays that we are having. hopefully everything will be fixed now to the end of the broadcast. So I believe we've missed the opening race, which means we're going to be moving on into our Rotax Max Micromax race next. Again, for those of you who missed the opening race and indeed missed the coverage of it, but we will be back on schedule now, moving on to our opening race for the Rotax Max Micro Maxes. We wait for them to head on to circuit, and there you can see the senior drivers waiting in Parc Ferme to weigh and, then head back to their awnings. Get the car prepped up for race number 2. For some of them, that will be later on today at 1:30 p.m. Latvian time, and for others, they're going to be waiting until 2:57 Latvian time. Again, 3 heats, and each driver will be racing in 2 of those 3 heats, and there are our Micro Maxes getting ready to take to the circuit. A little look at our schedule for today. So here we go then for our grid. On row 1 is Hugo Kaubi and Timas Rimas. Row 2 is Onni Kangas and Domas Norkus. Moving on into 5th and 6th, Jokobas Jozaitis and Rems Balods Negrado. Vilho Turtiainen and Marko Klavins are on row 4. Row 5 is Karim Kukutisa and David Vladson in 10th place, with Rodrigo Lapins completing the field. We saw Rodrigo Lapins racing at the opening round of the Latvian and Estonian challenge. It was Timas Rimas who won, actually, the opening round, which was here at Kandava as well. And he ended up winning from Domas Norkus and Marko Klavins just a couple of weeks ago. Well, it is the number 1 kart who is starting this race on pole, as we get ready to get this race underway. So they're currently on the stretch of circuit coming out of turn 4. And now down through 6, 7, and into turn 8. Well, that is turn 6. The kink of 6 before the right-hander of 7 that leads onto this back straight, and then this fast-flowing left-hander. And these Micro Maxes, it is a bit of a challenge to pull off an overtake into this corner. Expect to see most of the overtakes in the opening half of the lap. Well, the left-hand side of the grid is quite far ahead of the right side, and we are going to be going racing. Well, the nature of that final corner has definitely made it a little bit trickier for the outside of the grid to keep up with the inside, and as a result, we have got a race restart. So we'll have essentially another lap, another formation lap. Our drivers will use that to get back into 2x2 order, and then our race will get underway. So a long wait now for the drivers as well as us. Just a reminder as well that after this Micromax race, we'll have our Mini Maxes followed by the DD2s. Then we'll have our Junior Maxes, DD2 Masters, followed by our next senior race. The number 11 doesn't look very happy. Neither does the driver behind him either. There is our Mr. Rusty's Lightning McQueen. Very easy kart to spot. He's got the helmet as well to match it. As well, our third round of the Latvian Challenge will be at Madonna on the 19th and 20th of June. In a few more weeks, we will have our third round of the championship, but we are ready to go racing a bit better this time from the outside of the grid. Everyone in their tram lines, and I think we should be good for this race start. Green flag is waving, our pole sitter straight over to the front. Good move from, I think that was 5th on the grid, up into 2nd place through the opening corner as our drivers head up into turn number 3. But it is a big lead at the front of the field, and indeed even 2nd now, starting to break clear of the pack behind that are squabbling for the final podium position in these early minutes of the race. A 6-minute race with 1 extra lap at the end. It is nose to tail for 3rd place. So 3 karts heading down into the braking zone of turns 5 and 6. And up the inside goes one of our drivers, and up into 3rd, 2 drivers able to follow through. And such is the benefit of being able to bump draft on that back straight. Kalbi leads then from Juozaitis and Norkus in 3rd position. As we head on to lap number 2, little move going up from the inside. That's Turtiainen, who's up into 5th place, if I'm not mistaken. Turtiainen started this race down in 7th, has been able to gain 1 position, continues to try to fight his way up through the order. Not been a great start for Timas Rimas, or indeed for Kangas. They have both dropped down a couple of places, but it was Juozaitis who has had the best of starts. We move on to lap number 3, nose to tail now between Norkus and Rimas. And they don't have a big gap either just behind them, a few tenths of a second to Kangas in the 96. He's got the red and orange livery to the kart. And Timas Rimas with the green kart, white helmet, white and blue suit. Quite easy to spot is Timas Rimas right on the back of Norkus. Around the final corner we go once again. Timas Rimas and Thomas Norkus have had some good battles already this year. It was Rimas who was able to come out ahead of Norkus in the opening round of the Rotax Max Latvian Challenge. This time round, it looks like Norkus just has that slight advantage. The 3rd place driver, Marko Klavins, further down the order, down in 9th position, on, well, almost on the back of this train that goes all the way up into 3rd place. But Kalbi just in a different league at the moment, a 2nd clear of the field. Into the final corner we go once more. Still Norkus and Rimas near on nose to tail as we start a new lap. Well, 2 minutes to go in this race, and the lead at the front is now over a second. Kalbi leading by 1.2 seconds now. And the gap just continues to expand. And these 3, Norkus, Rimas and Kangas, separated by not very much, but no one seems to be able to make an overtaking move. Through turn 3 and into turn 4. These guys still about a second behind Juozaitis, who is in turn dropping back from Kaubi, who's just picked up the fastest lap, has our race leader, 49.079. And here comes a potential move finally. Rimas up the inside of Norkus, goes a little bit wide, tries to cover him off. And Norkus goes for the switchback, can't get fully alongside. Timas Rimas up into third position. He's made the move, has to be careful though. Norkus looking at maybe coming back at him, has to sit behind. And what can Kangas do in all of this? Here comes the move up the inside. Is there going to be contact? There is almost contact. But Norkus leaves just enough room. They're still side by side as they head through the left kink into the right. It's going to be a slightly nicer line for Norkus, but he can't actually get the drive out of the corner. Rimas now leads the charge in third position with 18 seconds on the clock. We have 2 laps remaining. This battle is not done just yet. And here comes the revenge move up the inside into turn 1 in the exact same way that we saw Timas Rimas overtake Thomas Norkus. Well, Thomas Norkus regains the position, and have a look, this has allowed Turtiainen to close in 6th place in the number 11 kart. So now we've got a 4-way battle for this position. 3rd place, the final spot on the podium. As they make their way onto the back straight, Norkus has Rimas right behind him. Timas Rimas in the light green kart. The white and red kart is Thomas Norkus, who is currently in 3rd place. Here comes Rimas. He's going to look up the inside once again, cleanly through. What can Thomas Norkus do in response to this? Because this is the last lap of the race. We can't do it into turn 1 next time round. Here goes Turtiainen up the inside of Kangas, gains the position as well. And that's allowing Kukutis to close in. Really nice switchback, bit of contact as well between the pair of them. Timas Rimas trying to get up the inside. I thought he had pulled off the move as well, but Thomas Norkus back in front. Now what can Rimas do? He's trying to get the run onto this back straight. He's right in the slipstream. He looks to the inside. Now he looks to the outside as well. But Norkus is just going to hold it tight all the way through. Your race winner is Kaubi. An excellent and emphatic race win ahead of Juozaitis. Norkus comes home in 3rd position ahead of Timas Rimas in 4th place. And an excellent final few laps for our Rotax Max Challenge Micro Maxes for the opening round of the Nordic Challenge. And Kaubi, one of our few drivers who celebrates taking the heat when usually they all try to act very calm and collected until the final comes in. Here are our results. Hugo Kaubi picks up the victory ahead of Jokubas Juozaitis and Thomas Norkus in 3rd position. Then it's Timas Rimas, Vilho Turtiainen in 5th place ahead of Oni Kangas and Karim Kukutis. Rems Balots Negrado in 8th place ahead of Marco Klavint and Rodrigo Lapins, with David Vladson completing the 11 kart field. Now, fastest lap was Hugo Kaubi, who did pick up a 48.969 eventually. We saw a couple of 49 zeros, 49 ones, but he did eventually manage to just squeeze his way into those 48s. Now, our next race of the day is going to be the Rotax Max Mini Maxes taking to the circuit. And this is definitely going to be a very, very good race. We saw in the opening round of the Latvian Challenge, Carlis Bernsons having a really good battle with the likes of Martins Lapins, Remigius Kraušanas, Emilis Kapkauskas. Emilis Kapkauskas actually was representing Lithuania in the Micromaxes last year. So he's made the step up. It was Martins Lapins, though, that did win the opening round of the Latvian Challenge this year, ahead of Ivo Os and Remigius Kraušinas. Here is your grid, though. Emilis Kapkauskas takes pole ahead of Ivo Os. Then it's Karlis Bensons and Mikelis Zube in 4th place. Then we've got Jan Wozniak and Martins Lapins. Martins Lapins down in 6th place, not what he would have expected coming into this weekend. Tauras Zimnikas and Nesturi Turtiainen in 7th and 8th place. Then it is Ilis Mankonen and Karl Korkekuhi, the Estonian driver, down in 10th place. Remigius Kraušinas down in 11th, ahead of Martins Sarma in 12th. Dominic Stargis and Henry's Laps in 13th and 14th, completing the 7th row of the grid. Well, Ivo was starting in 2nd. Emilis Kapkauskas, well, he had his one race to get used to these mini maxes, and well, that race he was running around in about 5th, 6th place. Then in the final he was hovering around 3rd, but now today he's put himself on pole, so it's not taken him long to get used to this new kart. Has it for Emilis Kapkauskas. What can he do starting from pole? Ivo was in the Lando Norris helmet alongside him, and then it is Karlis Bensons. Karlis, always a driver I love to commentate on, super aggressive, and he makes every single race that little bit more exciting. We've then got the 1-2-1 alongside Benson's in 4th, which is Mikelis Zube. Keep your eyes out for Benson into turn 1, whether he can get the jump on Ivo Os in the red and white Mini-Max. But this is a very, very slow rolling start from Emilis Kapkauskas. Keeping everyone nice and tight, well bunched up. And then let's not forget as well, Martins Lapins, the 1-1-8. The driver in the pink helmet, starting in 6th position. That's the 3rd row on the left-hand side of your screens. How will he fare? The race winner right here at Kandava 2 weekends ago. He beat Os, he beat Bensons, he beat Kapkauskas. Can he do the same again today in an even bigger grid? Emilis Kapkauskas ready to go, and away we go. We are green and away for our first race, and immediately up the inside goes Bensons from 3rd to 1st place. Well, Kapkauskas left the door open, and Benson said thank you very much, and through as well. Is that Lapins that has gone through up into 2nd position? I think it is. So Martins Lapins from 6th up to 2nd. Karlis Bensons from 3rd up to 1st. I did say to watch out for those who... Sorry, no, that's Lapins down in 4th position. I'm not sure who has moved up into 2nd place. That is the 194, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see when they come over the timing lines. But it is Bensons who leads. He tries to get the finger wag forward. There is going to be no working together. Dropping down into 5th place is Ivo Os. There is Lapins in a 4th position in his distinctive pink/purple helmet. Bensons goes defensive into turn 1. A 7-minute heat with 1 bonus lap at the end. Bensons again goes defensive. Kapkauskas in 3rd, searching for a way to get involved and pull his way back up into the front. There goes Wozniak up the inside into turn number 4. Bensons tries to go for the switchback, and I think he's going to be able to just about squeeze his way back up the inside, but the door is slammed shut by Jan Wozniak, who takes the lead of the race on lap number 2. Bensons drops down to 2nd. Up into 3rd is Martins Lapins, with Kapkauskas dropping down into 4th place. And here goes Bensons being pushed along by Lapins. And Lapins will move through up into 2nd. And poor Jan from 1st drops right down the order to nearly 7th position. He's still on the outside and is getting swallowed alive on the run into turn 1. Poor Jan Wozniak. Well, there wasn't really much he could do. He had 2 cars bump drafting up his inside, and then he just couldn't get back across from the outside of the circuit, and was just swallowed whole by the rest of the field. Jan Wozniak has a lot of work to do. He crossed the line in 7th position. Karlis Bensons leads from Martins Lapins, and then it is Emilis Kapkauskas in 3rd place. Ivo Os in 4th position. 1-2, 1-2, bit of a gap, and then is Mankonen, who leads a big train of karts in 5th position as we round the final corner to start a new lap. Keep your eyes on Jan Wozniak. What can he do? Never mind. Keep your eyes on Martins Lapins. He's gone up the inside of Carlis Bensons into turn one. We've also had a move for fifth place. That's Remigius Kraushinas, who has moved up into fifth ahead of Mankanen. So good move from Kraushinas. And Mankanen, I think, trying to go back up the inside. Door slammed shut firmly on him. Kraushinas into fifth position. Benson's down into second. And Martins Lapins, who started this race down in sixth, your race winner here 2 weekends ago in the Rotax Max Challenge, Latvian Challenge, round number one, leads the way for heat number one. Benson's not going to be close enough to go for a move either. Was having a little sniff up the inside of your pole sitter, Emilis Kapkauskas. No way through. Kapkauskas look over the shoulder. Benson's looking for a potential move as well. There might be a bit of contact between the two of them. Wide goes Lapins, through goes Benson's, and Lapins has a look at Kapkauskas, looks him dead in the eye almost through the iridium visor, says, "Don't you dare," as he looks back forward to Carlis Benson's, and he will certainly want revenge. The pair of them went quite wide on the exit of turn number one. Closing in on to our leading four is Remigius Kraushinas. It is a five-way fight. How is Jan Wozniak doing? Well, he's actually down into eighth position, trying to work his way back up through the order. There are your top eight. There is Jan Wozniak right at the back of that three-cart train that is trying to close in to our leading quintet. 3 minutes on the clock as we cross the line, with now Carlis Bensons leading the race from Martins Lapins. Then comes Emilis Kapkauskas, Ivo Os, and Remigius Kraushinas, who goes up the inside of Os into turn number three. Kraushinas gains a position, and closing into these three, good move as well. That was Wozniak up the inside of Mankanen. So Wozniak up into sixth place. Jan Wozniak, who led this race on lap one, dropped down the order when Carlis Bensons went for a move up his inside into the final corner. Nothing wrong with Benson's move. It was just Wozniak who got a little bit caught out as Ivo Os goes back up the inside of Remigius Kraushinas and up into fourth place. All the while, Wozniak closing in. This is important for Wozniak. Kraushinas back up the inside of Os into turn number one. But this is super important for Wozniak, as there goes Lapins up the inside of Benson's. Bit of contact between them, and through goes Emilis Kapkauskas. I think that was a perfect revenge that Martins Lapins wanted to get on Carlis Bensons for what happened into turn one a couple of laps ago. Ivo Os searching for any way through on Jan Wozniak. Jan Wozniak up into fifth place. Now he continues to clamber up the field. Emilis Kapkauskas in second. Does he have an answer for Martins Lapins? There's a little finger wag forward. Can these two work together to pull away from Carlis Bensons? Well, Bensons tends to be inevitable, but Martins Lapins showed his quality in the opening round of the Latvian Challenge a couple of weekends ago. Can he show that again? Kapkauskas, does Kapkauskas want to go for a move? Well, Kapkauskas is more of the patient type. He's happy just to sit behind for now. Is the Lithuanian driver behind Martins Lapins. These two represented their countries at the Grand Finals last year. However, Lapins was the Minimax representative. Kapkauskas was the Micromax representative for Lithuania. And these three are nose to tail. Wozniak is not far behind either. Kraushinas has joined in. He's right onto the back of Carlis Bensons. 45 seconds as we come onto the start-finish straight. Penultimate lap of the race. Here goes Bensons up the inside of two. Kraushinas follows both of them through, while third and fourth are up to first and second. How'd you like that, Latvia? What a move from Carlis Bensons and Remigius Kraushinas working together. Kapkauskas, though, goes up the inside of Kraushinas into turn number four as we make the run up to turn five, and it is Carlis Bensons who leads from Emilis Kapkauskas. Then it's Remigius Kraushinas, followed by Jan Wozniak. Jan Wozniak is up into fourth place ahead of Martins Lapins. Onto the back straight once more. Lapins goes to the outside. Wozniak defends. And a little bit wide goes Lapins. That's going to bring Ivo Os back into the party. Mankanen and Tauras Simnikas behind the pair of them in eighth. Here comes the move. Remigius Kraushinas up the inside of Kapkauskas. Kapkauskas defended, but did not defend hard enough. And well, Bensons seems to have broken free at the perfect time. He has a look over his shoulder. Kapkauskas goes back up the inside of Kriaušinas and back up into second position. But Carlis Berntsens is gone. He's scot-free. He just needs to bring it round the final couple of corners to take what has been an incredible victory in the opening heat for our Rotax Max Mini Maxes. Kapkauskas is ahead of Kriaušinas, and here comes a potential move. No, Jan Wozniak holds on to fourth place. Great recovery drive for Jan Wozniak, but it is Carlis Berntsens who will take the checkered flag ahead of Emilis Kapkauskas. Remigius Kriaušinas in third position, and Jan Wozniak, great recovery drive from him, having led the race in the opening stages, dropped all the way down to 8th place and had to work really hard to fight his way back up into 5th position. Sorry, not 5th position, into 4th position. But your race winner, Carlis Berntsens, Emilis Kapkauskas, Remigius Kriaušinas complete your podium spots. Jan Wozniak finishes in 4th ahead of Martins Lapins, Ivo Was in 6th, with Tauros Zimnikas and Elisa Amankonen in 8th position. Then it was a bit of a gap to Karl Korkekuhi in 9th place, Michelis Zube in 10th ahead of Dominik Dargis and Martin Sarma in 12th. Then it's Henrais Lapse and Nestori Tursiainen in 14th position. And that completes your Minimax grid, and an excellent race we had. We always know the Minimaxes deliver, and they certainly delivered today. Jan Wozniak with a fast lap of the race. Definitely watch out for him in our follow-up heats and indeed in the final, because he's shown some really good pace, and there's a reason why he was leading this race at one point. Our next race is going to be the Rotax Max DD2 race, which should always be absolutely excellent. So we're going to take a little break on the comms, and we'll be back shortly with our next race of the day. On to grid we will go for our first DD2 race of the day. Now, all of our drivers have been out on track earlier today in a warm-up session. Kind of a morning shakedown. Qualifying was yesterday. Now, I am very excited to go through this grid. Ragnar Vieres, Kartletics himself on pole ahead of Edgar Vilkans in second place. Then is Joel Kasper Juepere in third ahead of Axel Sarniala in fourth. Roman Rodionos, he was very impressive a couple of weeks ago ahead of Nojus Gerolaitis in sixth position. Bruno Perle and Tonis Johannes Tomingas in eighth place. Well, seventh and eighth place. Then it's Devin Sagadi and Ricard Kalensiems in ninth and 10th position ahead of Roland Juris Sprude and Andreas Opkaup in 11th and 12th position. Ares Jankevicius and Rodrigo Franz in 13th and 14th. Now, I was messaging my my Estonian friend yesterday, and I was just trying to remember how to pronounce some Estonian names. One of the things that I enjoy most about covering these events is being able to practice names and try to get them right. And I think I was saying Joppere last week for Joel Kasper Juepere. And my friend was saying, no, it's not Joppere, it's Juepere. So I hope I'm saying that right now, and hopefully I will get these names better and better as the season goes on. If I am getting anyone's name wrong, please do let me know on the YouTube live chat. Just drop me a message. I definitely do not get offended by it one bit. Or drop me a message on Instagram, Noki Serial. So we are ready to go racing. Ragnar Vieres, Edgars Vilkans. Vilkans was infallible a couple of weeks ago, but Ragnar Vieres, well, there is a reason why. He runs a YouTube channel with lots of coaching for these DD2s. He knows these karts inside out, and he is very, very good as the Estonian who gets off to a flying start. Edgars Vilkans tries to hang around the outside into turn 1 and holds on to second place, which means that he can now challenge Wilkins without having to try to get through on the field behind. That's Roman Rodionovs, who's down into 6th place. He's kind of almost having a breakthrough year. He's looked super good in the opening round of the championship. He actually ended up finishing in 3rd place, did Rodionovs. Wilkins ended up winning that ahead of Uepere in 2nd place. As there goes Wilkins up the inside. Great move, aggressive move, inch perfect, but it is a fantastic move from 3rd place round the outside of the final corner. Surely this isn't going to work, and no, it's not. He tries to go up the inside. Virus is off. The 432 is at the back of the grid, and well, this is what Edgars Vilkans needed. Edgars Vilkans leads the race ahead of Joel Kasper Uepere in 2nd place, with Nojas Gerolaitis in 3rd. Well, I wonder if we might get a replay of that, because Edgars Vilkans put it up the inside of Ragnar Virus into the previous corner, and that move was fine. But that allowed Uepere to get through on the pair of them. He was on the outside, and as he tried to hang it around the outside of Edgars Vilkans through the final corner, that was never going to work. He then tried to slot in behind, made contact with Ragnar Virus, and that put Virus around. And well, Virus is now at the back of the field, which is going to make things very interesting. And things are not going well for Uepere, because he's dropping right down the order. Nojas Gerolaitis up into 2nd place. Sorry, Virus is up into 3rd. So who was it who dropped to the back of the... Oh, it was Axel Sarniala. Sarniala is down to the back. Ragnar Virus is up into 2nd place because he just put on the move on Gerolaitis, I think. Right, let's see when they come back over the timing line to get all of our bearings sorted. Edgars Vilkans is gone. He is absolutely gone at the front of the field, over a 2nd lead. So Vilkans leads. In 2nd place is, let's see, as timing updates, Ragnar Virus in 2nd, then is Joel Kasper Uepere, and Roman Rodionovs in 4th place. Nojas Gerolaitis has dropped down into 5th place. More moves coming through. Is that Domingas? I think it is, who's made a move on, maybe that's on Andreas Aupkaub. I'm not entirely sure. Could be Devin Sagadi as well. It is one of our Estonian drivers, because they have got that white and blue Estonian suit on the car. And I think it's Domingas who does have that suit. But Vilkans leads, Ragnar Virus in 2nd place. Well, Axel Sarniala, once we get to the final, he's got a lot of work to do, as here goes a move up the inside. Fast lap of the race coming through from Joel Kasper Uepere. And now he's on the inside of Virus, and following through is Roman Rodionovs, who's going to give him an almighty squeeze on the exit of the corner. Well, Uepere is up into 2nd place. Vilkans is gone. And, well, it's a perfect opening few laps for Edgars Vilkans. We've got 7 minutes left of this heat. So, Uepere in 2nd ahead of Virus, with Rodionovs behind. Actually, Rodionovs now ahead of Virus. As they come onto the start-finish straight, look over the shoulder from Uepere. And yes, don't worry, Joel. Romance is right behind you, and Romance is going for a move as well. Up the inside, clean switchback though from Uepere, but it doesn't matter. Rodionov still up the inside, and following through will be Ragnar Virus as well. So down 2 positions is Uepere, and up a position is both Rodionovs and Virus. Roland Spruder with the fast lap of the race. He's down in 7th position as we head through turn 7. And now into turns 8 and 9, the long left-hander being turn 8, and then the right kink onto the start-finish straight being turn 9. Axel Sarniala is putting in some good times, 42.4. Very, very good pace. Roland Spruder, a new 42.4. And Sarniala is only a second behind 12th place. Every single position is going to be super important for Sarniala, because it's going to get him that little bit higher up the order for the final, and he needs to make sure that for the final he is in a position where he can fight with these top 4, top 5. But Edgars Vilkans is looking super, super good at the front of the field. So is Roland Spruder, actually. He's behind Bruno Perle in 7th position, Perle being the driver in 6th place. So 1, 2, 3, 4, There's your top 4, 5, 6, 7. So Perle is at the front of that train of carts just behind. As Virus is through on Rodionovs, goes defensive now into turn 3. Rodionovs will have to sit behind, and closing in onto them is Gerolaitis in 5th position. Spruder is through on Perle. So Roland Spruder up into 6th position. Axel Sarniala, almost unsurprisingly, has the fastest lap of the race. As Virus now defending going into turn 8 with Rodionovs and Uepere right behind him. Wilkins continues to extend his lead, which is probably going to be about 2 seconds now as they come over the line. 2.3 seconds, a little bit wide for both Virus and Rodionovs, but no opportunity for Uepere to get through. Gerolaitis was well and truly on the back of this train, and there is Roland Spruder in the yellow helmet, trying to close in onto this group. 4 minutes remaining in this race, and there you can see on that lovely mini-map that the production team have put up your race leader Edgar de Stilkans in gold in the 467 kart, leading by, well, nearly half of this back straight. Onto the brakes they go, into the long sweeping left-hander. Virus look over the shoulder and have a look in the background. Wide line being attempted here by Gerolaitis, but Gerolaitis not going to be close enough to go for a move. Axel Sarniala up into 12th position, right on the back of Frams now as well. And you can see on the mini-map, there is Sarniala, who's actually found a way through on Frams. But now it's a bit of a gap to the next car up the road, which is Andreas Opkalp. So Rodrigo Frams up into 11th position. But, well, maybe Frams can close into Opkalp and Sagadi, but it's going to require monumental effort, and I don't think it's going to happen. Roland Spruder is closing in onto the back of Nois Gerolaitis. Surely there's going to be a move into turn 3. Here it comes. Or is it going to be a bit of contact? Trying to hang it around the outside is Gerolaitis, and successfully held around the outside as well. Axel Sarniala, 42.188, new fast lap of the race. The rest of the field, they're lapping in the 42.4s. Devin Sagadi has a 42.3, but Sarniala is the quickest driver on circuit by a margin and a half. Oh, he's going to be fuming in his helmet as Roland Spruder trying to find any way through on Nois Gerolaitis. Calum Seams started this race down in P20 and is up into P10, so a very good drive from Calum Seams. Sarniala puts in another 42.1. This pace is absolutely ridiculous. Gerolaitis defending with everything he can from Spruder, and Thormingas is behind him in the white and blue Estonian team suit. Axel Sarniala started this race in 4th position. This is going to be the opportunity for Spruder. Indeed it is. He goes up the inside. So Roland Spruder up into 5th place ahead of Nois Gerolaitis. And now has to go defensive as well, just to cover himself off from Gerolaitis behind. That might open up the door for Thormingas to really close in. Here is 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Virus ahead of Rodionovs, and then comes Uepere. As there goes Gerolaitis trying to go up the inside of Spruder. Will do so. Thormingas might be able to follow through as well. And unfortunately, Spruder left the door open, and that's going to allow 1, 2, and another car to come through. As Sagadi tried to follow through, but the door was slammed shut by Spruder. That's going to cost Sagadi as well. So Sagadi ends up losing a couple of positions, and Spruder has really dropped back from Gerolaitis and Thormingas. Couple of laps remaining. Ragnar Virus, 42.121, fast lap of the race. Axel Sarniala is right behind Devin Sagadi. He's going to be getting involved. That's Sarniala going for the move now. The Lando Norris suit is Sagadi. And he holds on to the position. White and red suit right at the back of this shot is the driver I'm looking at. Axel Sarniala goes through. 3-way battle in front of them between Pelle, Opkalp and Spruder. Oh, look at the brakes from Sarniala. Closes right in. Spruder moves to the outside. but bump drafting each other is Opkap and Bruno Perle. I think it's Opkap who is at the front of this train. We'll just double check as they come over the line. And well, it's an outside line being attempted from Roland Sprula, who goes grass karting, rejoins the circuit almost, collects the drivers around him. I think Sarniala has gained a couple of positions. Edgar Vilkans has a look over his shoulder, and his 2-second lead has been diminished because Ragnar Vieres has been putting in a couple of 42-1s of his own. But it's a little bit too little, too late. Edgar Vilkans will take the opening heat victory for our DD2s. Ragnar Vieres with the fast lap of the race will take second ahead of Roman Rodionovs and Joel Kasper Juepere. Then it is Domingas in fifth place. And I'm not sure who picked up sixth. But an exciting opening DD2 race with a lot of drama on the opening couple of laps. But your race winner is Edgar Vilkans from Ragnar Vieres and Roman Rodionovs in third place. Then it is Joel Kasper Juepere in fourth ahead of Tonis Johannes Tomingas in fifth. Then it's Noyos Gerulaitis ahead of Andreas Opkap. Axel Sarniala up into 8th position ahead of Bruno Perle and Devin Sagadi. Roland Spruder, who was doing so well and almost picked up a 5th, maybe even a 4th place, down in 11th. Then it's Aras Jankevicius in 12th ahead of Rodrigo Frams. And Callan seems 1 position further down. I don't know if he had a DNF. However, we are now going to be taking a short break. And when we return, we will be having our Rotax Max Juniors out on circuit. On to track we go. Jankevicius and Jauk are on the second row of the grid. Oskar Spitkovas and Remy Rubin in 5th and 6th place. It was Jack Collins and Josaitis on the front row. Niklas Passi and Klaus Hans are on row 4 ahead of Adam Six and Marcel Popakul in 10th. Then we've got Mikael Grantins in 11th ahead of Patrikas Josias in 12th place. Janette Saloranta and Keita Spike on row 7. Then it's Henry Kadastik and Keita Spike and Henry Sadastik on row 8. Moving on to row 9, Mark Skolenovs and Gustavs Narvais. And on row 10, Matvey Ponomarev in 19th place and Nikita Lyubimov in 21st. Lyubimov in 21st place. So for those of you who might be unaware, Nikita Lyubimov is a very, very quick driver. He was the Minimax champion a couple of years ago, represented Lithuania. No, I'm trying to remember what nationality he is, but he represented his country at the grand finals. He moved up into juniors last year. He was very, very quick. So I'm very surprised to see him at the back of the field, which makes me think he didn't do qualifying and he might not be racing. I'm just trying to see if I can spot his suit at the back of the field. Not entirely sure. Jack Collinson, though, starting this race at the front of the field. Well, he was very impressive a couple of weekends ago. Green flag and away we go. That is Collinson who leads, and there's a bit of contact slightly further down the order. We've got a kart that has spun and another driver who's having to cut through the entire course. So, well, a bit of an exciting opening corner to this race, but a big gap at the front of the field for Jack Collinson, who's had a very, very good start. And I think it's Emilis Juozaitis who is in second position, or at least started alongside Jack Collinson. We'll see whether it is still him in second position once they come over the line, as I have forgotten people's helmet and suit combination. So here we go then, Jack Collinson leading the field over the line to start a lap number 2. And Collinson does indeed lead this race. 9-minute race, and there's been a bit of contact further down the order, but 9-minute race with 1 bonus lap at the end. Just waiting for the timing tower to show up, but that gap at the front of the field is starting to disappear. So it is Marcus Jolk who is in second position at the moment. And then we've got Pasi in third place, followed by Oskaras Pitkovas, Emilis Juozaitis, who won the final of the opening round of the Rotax Max Challenge Latvia a couple of weekends ago. And there goes a move up the inside. That might have been Kononov's, actually. Well, Nikita Lyubimov is in this race. He has gained 12 positions as Nikita Lyubimov. Well, we did say he probably shouldn't be starting at the back of the field. And he's showing exactly why it's Lyubimov. From 20th to 8th in a single lap. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There is Lyubimov at the back of the shot in no man's land at the moment. Well, Lyubimov definitely isn't making this easy for himself, but he is having an absolutely fantastic drive. I can't wait to see Jack Collinson and Lyubimov battling. We saw Jack Collinson pulling off a defensive masterclass, really, in the last race. Didn't end up winning in the final, but he made the races so entertaining to watch. And now we've got Jolk right behind him. Are we going to get the Jack Collinson defensive masterclass coming in? We will have to wait and see. Collinson ahead of Jolk. Then it's Pasi just behind. But just behind a few kart lengths, about half a second or so. 3.5 tenths. Then it's Pitkovas, Emilis Juozaitis, Grantins, Saloranta and Nikita Lyubimov, who has the fastest lap of the race. There is Lyubimov closing into Saloranta and Mikhails Grantins. This is going to be absolutely phenomenal. The only driver we're really missing that would be fantastic to see is Majas Mashinas. However, there goes Jolk up the inside of Jack Collinson. So Collinson hasn't started a defensive drive just yet. We'll see whether Jolk begins his defensive drive now that he heads the field with 6 minutes on the clock. And in the background, I saw Lyubimov going for the move on Saloranta. So Nikita Lyubimov up into 7th position. Jolk goes defensive. Jack Collinson searches for a way through and opens up turn 5 as much as he possibly can. Through 6 into turn 7, and again you can constantly see Jack Collinson just being able to open up these corners a bit more as Marcus Jolk goes defensive. Collinson looks to the outside. Pasi, Pitkovas, Juozaitis closing in. Lyubimov 44.4 last time round. And there he is in that group behind. Jolk goes defensive once again. No way through for Collinson. Pasi in that yellow helmet holding on to the 3rd position, the final podium spot. Can he get involved? I think we're going to be constantly seeing all of our drivers just taking a defensive line into every corner to make sure that no one can get past them. Marcus Jolk holding the inside every corner. He can go wide through here because he'll then still have the inside into turn 6 and 7. And through 7 they go, bumper to bumper. Collinson looks over his shoulder, sees Pasi pointing forward. Well, Jack Collinson was a driver who, when he was behind someone, he pointed forward and then proceeded to send them into the very next corner. So Jack Collinson, no offense to Jack, is probably the least trustworthy driver on the field in terms of working with someone. And I mean that in the kindest way possible. Jack Collinson then second behind Marcus Jolk. Pasi having to go a little bit defensive because he's got Emilis Juozaitis right behind him. Juozaitis having just overtaken Pitkovas on that previous lap. And there is Nikita Lyubimov in the blue and a white suit. He's going to go for a move up the inside, and indeed he does. He's through on Mikhails Grantins. Lyubimov, well, he's making the moves, and Jolk leaves the door just open. Jack Collinson does not need any more of an invite, and following through might be Pasi as well. Pasi on the outside, well, Jolk is going to hold on to 2nd place. Well, I said before in the mini-maxes, it's Carlos Bernsen who's inevitable. In the juniors, it's Nikita Lyubimov who's inevitable. He's gone through again. He's up into 5th place through on Pitkovas as Jauch is having to go defensive from Pasi, and that is allowing Jack Collinson to pull away. I tell you what, if Nikita Lyubimov wins this heat from the very back of the field, that is going to be quite something. There goes Juozaitis up the inside of Markus Jauch, who is dropping down the order like a fly. And there, right behind, look how small Lyubimov is. This is one of the best things that I saw last year, because Lyubimov in the juniors, his first year in the juniors last year, he's so short in that kart compared to everyone else. He looks like he's still a Minimax driver. And he's just absolutely flying everywhere. Jauch goes defensive. Lyubimov, what a send up the inside! Well, Nikita Lyubimov, he went for the send. It's not quite worked. Never mind, it has. You just cannot keep this driver at bay. Well, Markus Jauch, I thought he had the door covered. It absolutely was not, because Lyubimov found a way through. I don't know if any other driver could have done that. Mikkel Grantins through as well. Oh, this is turning into an absolutely fantastic race. Lyubimov up into 4th position. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Markus Jauch drops down a position and has actually been able to find his way back through on Mikkel Grantins. So Collinson leads from Pasi. Then comes Juozaitis in 3rd. Then comes Lyubimov, who started this race down in 20th position. And there is contact further down the order between the 209, that's Stankevicius, who's had contact. I'm not sure who it was with. I think Lyubimov might actually take 2nd in this race. There's a bit of contact further down the order. That was that Mikkel Grantins? I think it was the 233 or the 283, one of the two. There is the 210 ahead of the 293, which is Emilis Juozaitis. And there it goes up the inside, Nikita Lyubimov, another position gained. And Lyubimov is now up into 3rd position behind Emilis Juozaitis. Pasi just behind him, Pasi in the Lando Norris helmet. And Oskaras Pitkovas trying to close in. We've got just over a minute remaining. I tell you what, this final is going to be quite something. I can't wait to see Jack Collinson defending from Nikita Lyubimov. I think we're going to have something quite special later on today. And that final race will be at 3:09 Latvian time, 1:09 UK time. So do make sure you tune in for that race, especially if you have been enjoying this heat. Well, Lyubimov has really closed in on to Emilis Juozaitis. Right behind is Pasi as well. When does Lyubimov go for this move? I don't think he can do it down the hill into 6 and 7. Maybe 8, probably too hard. He's going to have to do it into turn 1 or turn 3. I think it's going to be the spot for the overtake. We're going to have 2 laps left. Jack Collinson leading the field as he rounds the final corner. 3, 2, he just crosses the line. So we will have a couple of laps left. Lyubimov too far back to go for a move into turn 1, but he does pick up the fastest lap of the race. Surely he can go for a move into 3. Well, he could if Emilis Juozaitis wasn't going defensive. Juozaitis does go defensive, and through goes Lyubimov. On the grass is Juozaitis. Round the outside goes Lyubimov. And, well, it's Pasi, who I think might get both of them on the exit of the corner. And Jauch follows through as well. So Lyubimov's chance of getting P2 might have just gone down the drain. It was a very good switchback on Juozaitis, but when Juozaitis joined, the pair of them squeezed each other wide, and that opened the door for Pasi. And through on all of them goes Emilis Juozaitis. Checker flag is out. Jack Collinson takes the win. Emilis Juozaitis will take 2nd. Nikita Lyubimov, well, from 3rd up to 2nd, and then dropping down to 5th place on the last lap of the race. Either way, an absolutely fantastic race that we got to witness for our junior maxes. So your final order, then Jack Collinson wins from Emilis Juozaitis and Nicolas Pasi. Then it was, actually we've got, there we go, Markus Jauch in 4th place ahead of Nikita Lyubimov in 5th. Then it was Oskaras Pitkovas and Patrikas Josias Michaela Grantins and Janette Saloranta in 9th, Remy Rubin in 10th position. Most positions gained, Nikita Lyubimov, 15 positions gained. Well, that was an excellent Junior Max race. We're now going to take a short break before we have our DD2 Masters out on circuit. So stay tuned for that. On to track go our DD2 Masters. Pritze on pole ahead of Ricard Kansims in seconds. Then it's Mikolas Mashinas and Ivers Us in 3rd and 4th positions. Rudis Klavins and Juris Zalitis in 5th and 6th on the 3rd row of the grid. Then it's Eke Nurm and Martins Rollis on row number 4. Row 5 is Armand Kanks and Karme Hurm completing the top 10 with Martin Sild and Argo Tam in 11th and 12th place. Completing the field is Heigo Hummel in 13th position. So, Pritze, Ricard's Kallenseams on the front row of this grid. Ricard's Kallenseams won the Latvian Challenge opening round ahead of Ivers Us and Rudis Klavins. Rudis Klavins down in 5th, Ivers Us 4th, Ricard Kallenseams 2nd, but it is the Estonian Pritze who will be leading the field, who already looks like he's going to go as everyone else is a little bit further back. Never mind, he is going to wait for the field. Well, our Masters are ready to go, and away we go with Pritze leading the field. Contact already, and well, that is not good news for Ricard Kallenseams, who is now facing in the wrong direction. Are we going to have a race restart? No, I don't think we will. Well, terrible, terrible news for Ricard Kallenseams, so I think got collected either with Nicolas Maginas or Ivers Us. Well, it's going to be a lot of work now for Ricard Kallenseams over the course of this day. You can see him just in the corner of your shot. Maybe if he can make his way up into the top 6 or something, or actually I should say maybe into the top 10, that would be a good recovery drive. Let's see. So Pritze is going to be leading this race, and who is in second? Mikolas Maginas and Rudis Klavins in 3rd positions. It is Ricard Kallenseams and Ivers Us who has dropped down the order. So our drivers who finished in 1st and 2nd just a couple of weeks ago here at Kandava have now dropped down the order. And there is a move from Rudis Klavins up the inside of Mikolas Maginas through turn 5. They're going to be side by side going into 6. And well, Klavins is the bolder of the two, hanging around the outside. And now Juris Zalitis is just behind a pair of them in the 5-1-1 with Martins Rollis just behind them. But Pritze continues to lead at the front of the field. The fastest lap from Ricard Kallenseams as he closes in onto Tam. Argo Tam, the Estonian driver, currently down in 12th position. And Kallenseams will be looking to make quick work of everyone and clamber his way back to the field. Ivers Us down in 9th. He's overtaken Martin Slid on that last lap. Nicholas Maginas back ahead of Clavins. Rudis Clavins in third position as Price continues to extend his lead at the front of the field. No moves into turn one from Rudis Clavins. Iversus up into 8th place, and Callan Seams is up into 11th position. There is the defensive line from Nicolas Maginas. Clavins tries to get the switch back, however that is immediately covered off by Maginas. I don't know if Nicolas Maginas is related to Myas Maginas, the junior champion. Could be father and son. However, what I do know is Rollis is searching for a way through on Clavins. We now have a 4-way battle for second, and Kanks is just behind them, and Uz is behind him. So Ivers Uz might not be out of a podium battle just yet. Can Seams up into 11th, fastest lap of the race, and he's right behind Sild now as well. Martin Sild in 10th place, running in the Tony kart. One of only a couple of Tony karts on the grid, the other being Eke Nurm. Price leads by over 2 seconds now in his Lando Norris chassis. Nicolas Machinas ahead of Clavins, Birol ART from Gillard. 6 minutes 20 as a potential overtake coming in from 4th place. That was Martins Rollis. Just having a little sniff up the inside of Clavins. Callan Seams is up into 10th place. And actually, Callan Seams is the only driver who is able to match and beat the pace of Price. 42.7 for Callan Seams, 42.8 for Price, and then this group behind are doing 43 ones and 43 zeros. Round the final corner we go. Price leading by over 2.5 seconds now. 42.9s coming in for Maginas and Clavins, so their pace is starting to pick up. Callan Seams in 10th, he's taken 7/10 out of Karmo Hurm, and is only 2/10 behind. Will presumably be making a move into turn 3 this time round. Iversus up into 7th position, is now 8/10 behind this group. That goes up to 2nd place with Nicolas Maginas at the front of it. A little bit wide, that is Ivers Us who has made the mistake. So Ivers Us really pushing in the 520, but now he's going to have to re-overtake Kanks for 7th position. And he needs to be careful because Callan Seams is going to be right behind him. Actually, it is Callan Seams behind him, who's just put in a 42.5. 3/10 quicker than anyone else has been this race. Well, there is no doubt that Callan Seams is very quick. He did qualify second alongside Price. Maybe Price might be using this opportunity just to keep his tyres cool. You have to use the same set of tyres over the course of all 3 of your races. So if you can preserve your tyres somewhat for the final, that does put you in a very good position. And Price has that luxury available to him, which is something that Callan Seams doesn't. So Callan Seams, another 42.5 as he tries to close in onto Ivers Us. 4 minutes to go in this race. There is still time left. Now, these two, being Callan Seams and Us, probably won't be battling between themselves because they will want to be catching up to this 5-kart train for second. And it is still being led by Nicolas Machinas. Now, I have seen Ivers Us at the back of the trio, so he's behind Kanks and he's behind Callan Seams. Callan Seams might be up into 7th place. Let's see as they come over the line. Price continues to lead. There comes a move from 4th place. Martin Rollis up the inside of Clavins, goes wide onto the grass. Does Clavins. So Callan Seams is up into 8th, still needs to overtake Armand's Kanks. But Clavins has dropped back a little bit. So, and that's Zalitis, who is now up into 3rd position. And Klavins has dropped down into 6th place behind Eke Nurm. And that, I believe, is Kanseems at the front of that trio of carts. As here comes, up the inside, goes Rudis Klavins on Eke Nurm. So last time round for Kanseems, 43.3, not the kind of lap times that he would have wanted. But he is through, he is up into 7th place, and he can try to hunt down this group of carts. I think for Kanseems, the top 5 might still be possible. Onto the back straight we go. 3.5 seconds is the gap at the front of the field. The pace is definitely picking up for the likes of Mikolas Maginas and Martins Rollis as they start to put in some 42s, although that time around 43.2. Kanseems straight back into the 42s, 42.8, taking over a second out of Eke Nurm. And there you can see Kanseems just in the corner of your shot. So we've got a trio followed by another trio, and Kanseems is trying to close into that second trio of carts. Actually, I take that back. He's only 4/10 behind Eke Nurm, so he's in that trio, is Kanseems. At the back of the trio, although he won't be at the back for much longer. Let's see if he's gained a position, has Kanseems. Another 42.5 from Kanseems. He's now just 1/10 behind Eke Nurm. And there is Kanseems in the 5:09. I believe he's got through on Nurm. I think I looked at my timings just as he went for a move up the inside into turn 1. Mikolas Maginas still holding on to second. Iverzus has put in a 42.8 as well. But Maginas is ahead of Rollis. We start a new lap, 37 seconds on the clock. And Kanseems is up into 6th position, half a second behind Klavins. Now, I don't know if we're going to get, after this lap, 2 more laps or 1 more lap. So please say, may just about cross the line before the last lap board comes out, before the timer hits 0. Never mind, 6 seconds on the clock. Please say won't be making it. So we're going to be heading on to our last lap of this race. A last chance for Kanseems to gain some all-important positions. But he's down in 6th at the moment. If he could get a 5th, that would be huge for him. Oh, move going up the inside. That could have ended very badly. And that has allowed Kanseems to close in. There is Kanseems at the back of this train. Can he gain a position into turn 4? He absolutely can. And now he's behind Zalitis. And he's going to go up the inside of Zalitis as well into turn 6. Sorry, into turn 5. Well, Price leads from Mikolas Maginas. Kanseems, though, up into 4th position. Little hand in the air. He's not happy about that, is Kanseems. I think Zalitis trying to go back up his inside into turn 7. But Price takes the checker flag from Mikolas Maginas. Martins Rollis in 3rd, and Ricard Kanseems. What a recovery drive to 4th place. He might still start the super final from the front row of the grid, could Kanseems. Juris Zalitis is in 5th position, with Rudis Klavins in 6th. Eke Nurm takes 7th place ahead of Iverzus, who just about couldn't make his way into the top 7. Then it's Armand Kanks in 9th place ahead of Karmo Hurm in 10th. Martin Sild in 11th ahead of Argo Tam, and Heigo Hummel in 13th position. And those are your top 13. Kanseems with a 42.5, fastest lap of the race by nearly 3/10 of a second. Well, actually 2/10 over Martins Rollins, who put in a 42.7 at some point in that race. We're now going to be taking a short break once again before we have our next group of karts out onto the circuit, which are our Rotax Max Seniors. We missed the Rotax Max Seniors at the start of the day. but hopefully we'll be seeing this race. So it looks like we are pretty much ready to get onto grid for our AC heat. Tom Strel on pole ahead of Robin Shemet. Then it's Fernando Paimre, Kasper Kiskuela, and Kairo Kivi in fifth. It's four Estonians hunting down the Latvian. Well, this should be fun. Matas Balchis in sixth ahead of Martin Wallström. Tom Strel, I just saw a little Instagram post from him saying, me plus fast engine equals hero lap. Well, we'll see whether Tom's and his engine can have a hero heat. Oh, our camera operators are on fire. We found a blackbird. Will the blackbird get a worm, though, is the question. Doesn't look like it. There are no worms in the ground for the blackbird. This is what happens. There's a saying in English. I don't know if there's one in Latvia as well. But the early bird gets a worm. And it is 11:30. This blackbird should have woken up earlier. Clearly, the blackbird was out all night partying. There was a blackbird rave happening near the circuit. As there we can see the Kandava circuit, 16 degrees, and the temperature will be picking up over the course of the day to highs of about 20. Is that a football stadium near the circuit? Cool. And a lake. See, I've never seen the aerial map of the circuit like this. Very, very nice indeed. So very hot temperatures will be making things a little bit difficult, more difficult for the drivers, a little bit more tyre wear, etc. But we are pretty much at 11:30, which means that our karts will be taken to the circuit. We are a little bit ahead of schedule and a very, very stacked grid for this race as our drivers head out onto track. And let's see how this race does go. Tom Strel, Robin Schemet on the front row of the grid, and then it is Fernando Paimre and Kasper Kiskuela in third and fourth. Kairo Kivi and Matas Balchus in fifth and sixth place. Then it's Martin Wallström and Rafael Zernask in seventh and eighth. Completing the top 10 is Karlis Kirikovs and Domas Karlavicius on row number 5, and Linas Volungevicius in 11th, and Adrian Tions on row number 6. Oliver Kurg and Elisabeth Sulse are on row number 7, ahead of Normantes Arvesevicius and Laurinas Karlavicius on row number 8. Then is Marius Karshauskas and Ginas Rimkus, with the top 20 completed by Kevin Lenus and Romet Pakas. Kristen Hjovaen and Martin Zawalt are on row 11, with Ricard Keikulis and Kate Drobiseva on row 12. Ilya Sheremeta and Sara Tabo are on row 13. Jonas Liotkauskas and Rodrigo Kakers in 28th. What's Kakers doing all the way down there? And Kaius Petkus in 29th. Definitely watch out for Rodrigo Kakers. He was the junior representative at the Rotax Max Grand Finals last year. Linas Volungevicius starting quite far down the order. We saw this from him a couple of weeks ago. Didn't have great heats, but his final was fantastic and ended up finishing third, almost won. But we are ready to go racing. Tom Strel, Robin Schemet on the front row of the grid. Green flags, and we are away. Paimre straight up the inside of Schemet into turn number 1, and following him through, I believe, is Matas Balchus. So a couple of drivers gaining some positions, but going down the order is Robin Schemet. Tom Strel leading the race and being hunted down by Fernando Paimre. Everyone gets through the opening few corners without much issues. Never mind, I take it back. We've got a driver into the tyre barriers and a side pod flying off. That's Rodrigo Kakers. Kakers is off. He started from the back of the field, and I'm sure in his head he knew that he had to make quick work up through the order. However, he wasn't quite able to do it. Maybe a little bit too aggressive. Maybe it wasn't his fault, but either way, there has been contact, and he is out of this heat. Not what he needed at all. Martin Wallström up the inside into turn 1 to start lap number 2. Actually, I think that might have been Robin Schemet who made the move and up into third position ahead of Kasper Kiskuela. We will keep an eye out on how many positions have been gained. Oliver Kurg gaining 4 positions. Sara Tabo gaining 5 a little bit further down the order, as those are your big movers. There is the 328, I think, of Matas Balchus, who's dropped down 5 positions on the opening lap. And here comes a move from the 363, Oliver Kurg, up the inside and gains a position. And that is Kurg, I think, up into 8th position, possibly through on Zernask. Actually, no, through on Kirikovs as well. So Oliver Kurg gaining some big positions. Paimre 7 tenths behind Tom Strel, who seems to be pulling a bit of a gap on the young Estonian behind him. Robin Schemet is in third ahead of Kasper Kiskuela. Martin Wallström in 5th place. And let's see what the lap times look like as the pace continues to improve, as these drivers get their tyres up to temperature and all of that. So 7 tenths was the gap at the front of the field. Let's see what the gap is as Strel and Paimre come over the line. Still 7 tenths. 5 thousandths gained by Paimre. Martin Wallström in 5th with the fastest lap of the race. Only a couple of hundredths quicker than Strel and Paimre. But for now, the gap is staying rather constant at the front of the field. Wallström, though, is closing in onto Kiskuela. Martin Wallström in the 369. We'll see if we can spot him. I think that's him at the front of this train. I could be mistaken. There is Wallström at the front of that train, and just ahead is Kairo Kivi. Sorry, Kasper Kiskuela. Kivi is the driver behind Wallström. Well, Paimre that time round has taken... He's actually lost nearly a tenth on Tom Strel, so he's 8 tenths behind Strel now. And just really good pace at the front of the field. And Paimre also stretching a gap to Robin Shemet in 3rd position. As they head through the final couple of corners once again. Well, Paimre looks like he's closed in this time round. He's, well, it says that he's lost time, but visibly it looks like the gap has come down. Well, I will trust the timing tower over what my eyes are saying. Either way, that gap was 7 tenths a few laps ago. It is now 8 tenths. So Paimre just dropping back from your race leader, Tom Strel. All of your top 3 running on Tony karts as well. Kasper Kiskuela, your first Sodi driver, as he continues to be reeled in by Martin Wallström. Kiskuela right behind Shemet as well. There is Oliver Kirk in the blue suit, and there is Shemet, Kiskuela, and just behind is Martin Wallström, who has put in a new personal best of 42.887. It was the fast lap of the race, but that was promptly beaten, I think, by the drivers further down the order. Who has a fast lap of the race? Never mind, the timing tower is saying it's Kevin Lanus with a 1 minute 44.4. So don't worry, it is Martin Wallström with a fast lap of the race. And there is Wallström just trying to close into this trio. Or this duo, I should say. He's dragging Kairo Kivi along with him. Kivi's put in a 42.8, 42.7 for Strel, 42.7 for Paimre as well. The top 2 are just in a class of their own at the moment, and there are the 2 stricken senior Rotax karts of Kevin Lanus and Rodrigo Cakers, who had that lap 1 incident. Oliver Kirk has Rafael Zernaska and Adrian Tions directly behind him. Just up ahead is Karlis Kirikovs. Well, the gap at the front is 9 tenths of a second. Let's see what the lap times look like this time around, and whether Strel can dip into the 6s. No, 42.7. Paimre, 42.8, 42.9 for Shemet. And there, up the inside, comes a very nice move from Zernask on Kirk. And these two are going to be side by side. Kirk, though, with a switchback, reclaims the position. Just trying to check where is Linas Volungavicius. He's down in 12th place. So Volungavicius again struggling in the heats like he did a couple of weekends ago. And nice defensive move. Rafael Zernask holds on to the position from Adrian Tions. Tions trying to look up the inside. Not going to be able to make that move work. Sorry, that's Matas Balchus who's directly behind him. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, 1.1 seconds is the lead that Tom Strel has as he continues to pull clear of Fernando Paimre. And just in the background, I think we've seen a move. That's the 304 regaining a position. That's Linas Volungavicius gaining a position on Adrian Tions. And possibly on Matas Balchus as well. So Linas Volungavicius in the blue suit, running in the Cosmic Kart. Paimre 42.7 that time round, but it's a 42.6 for Tom Strel. No matter what Paimre does, Tom Strel just goes a little bit quicker. This has been an exemplary drive from Tom Strel. He'll be hoping that he does exactly this in the final and can just break clear of everyone. In raw pace, Tom Strel definitely has an advantage over the rest of the field. And out of the final corner comes Strel, probably going to be another 0.6, maybe a 0.5 even. Another 0.6 indeed. Paimre 42.8, 42.9 for Shemet. Tom Strel is just unanswerable today. Well, Linus Volungavicius, where has he climbed his way up to? P11, 6 tenths behind Mattis Balchus. Then is Rafael Zernask in 9th, Oliver Kerg in 8th. Martin Wallström, 4 tenths behind Kasper Kiskuela. And then Robin Shemet a couple of tenths further ahead. Here they are. And there is Wallström, right behind Kiskuela. So three-way battle this for third place. We've got 2 laps remaining. A little bit wide there for Wallström, not what he would have wanted. And as well, let's not count out Kairo Kivi. He's just behind these two. We'll have to see whether Kiskuela has any potential answer for Shemet behind him. Onto the back straight. As Tom Strel will cross the line to start the final lap of this race. Well, I don't think there's going to be any changes in this battle. Tom Strel 1.8 seconds ahead of Fernando Paimre. He is just not touchable. Well, he did say that he's got a good engine, and it's him, and he is absolutely delivering. Tom Strel just has a little play with a flap, heading into the final corner. And he will come across the line to take what is a ridiculously dominant victory over Fernando Paimre. And in third place will be Robin Shemet, Kasper Kiskuela in 4th, Martin Wallström in 5th place, Kairo Kivi in 6th ahead of Carlis Kirikovs, Rafael Zernask in 8th. Then it's Oliver Kerg, Mattis Balchus in 9th. Oliver Kerg in 9th, Mattis Balchus in 10th, Linus Volungavicius in 11th ahead of Marius Karshauskas in 12th, Adrian Stions and Normantes Arvasavicius in 14th position. Then is Kristen Huvain in 15th, Ilya Sheremeta in 16th, Romet Pakas in 17th, ahead of Ginas Rimkus, Kaios Petkus and Laurinas Karlevicius in 20th place. Jonas Liotkauskas in 21st, ahead of Kate Robiseva, Sara Tabo in 23rd, ahead of Elisabeth Sulce in 24th, Thomas Karlevicius and Ricards Keikulis complete our field of 26 finishers. Martin Zvalt, Kevin Lanes and Rodrigo Caicas were our DNF drivers. Rodrigo Caicas is going to have a lot of work to do now in his next heat, if he is in the next heat, and indeed in the finals. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we are going to have our Micromaxes taking back to the circuit for their second heat. onto circuit come our Micromaxes for their second heat of the day, which will be determining the final order. Hugo Kaubi and Timas Rimas are on the front row of the grid, with Oni Kangas and Domas Norkus are on row 2. Jokobas Juozaitis and Rems Balots Nagradovs in 5th and 6th. Vilho Turtiainen and Marko Klavins are on row 4. Row 5 is Karim Skukutis and David Vladson, completing your top 10. And completing the field in 11th is Rodrigo Lapins. So let's see what our Micromaxes have in store for us. It was a very, very impressive drive from Hugo Kaubi in race number 1 to take the victory. We'll see whether the likes of Timas Rimas, Oni Kangas, Domas Norkus can challenge him in this race. As our drivers line up in double file. They've got half the lap to get around. So they've essentially got 2 green flag laps. They've got 1 proper green flag lap that they push out of the pits, and then they've got a slow lap, which is this lap, where they have to get into order. So Hugo Kaubi, Timas Rimas on the front row. Hugo Kaubi, the Finnish driver, won the opening race of the day. And keep your eyes out as well for Oni Kangas starting in 3rd place. The inside always gets a good start here at Kandava. We're ready, we're racing, and away we go. It's a good start from Kaubi, but he's locked up his rears. There's a spin further behind, and quite a few cards get collected in the lap 1 incident. There's still a green flag waving, so no race restart, but Hugo Kaubi again leads the field with a very large lead too. I believe that is Timas Rimas behind him. And we'll have quite a few drivers out of position who are going to be desperate to fight their way back up through the order. Well, through turns 8 and 9 we go. Let's see the order as we come over the timing line for start of lap number 2. Kaubi is leading. Jokobas Juozaitis in 2nd, ahead of Oni Kangas in 3rd. Then it's Karim Skukutis and Lightning McQueen in 4th position. Rems Balos Nagradovs has also made a good start. He's up into 5th place. Your big losers, though, from that opening lap is Timas Rimas, who is down into 8th place. Domas Norkus down into 11th. So they have a lot of work to do, but Hugo Kaubi just clearing off in the distance. They head down the hill into 6 and 7. And now on the run towards turn 8, Jokobas Juozaitis in the red helmet. Wide goes Oni Kangas, and that will allow through. Was that... Sorry, I think that was Jokobas Juozaitis who went wide, and Oni Kangas might have gone through, as we've got contact between the 21 and the 22. That's Balos Nagradovs and Marko Klavins. Domas Norkus has gained a position. He's up into 9th place, ahead of David Vladson and Rodrigo Lapins. That's the 16. Jokobas Juozaitis still ahead of Oni Kangas. Behind Kangas is Karim Skukutis. A really good drive this from Kukutis to be sticking with Kangas and Juozaitis. In Heat 1 he was a little bit further behind, but now that he's got these two to kind of follow and work with, he's definitely picked up the pace compared to what we saw in Heat number 1 and indeed 2 weeks ago. Again, Kukutis was hovering around that kind of 5th, 6th position if I recall rightly, but now he's sticking to this battle for second place really, really well. So very impressive is this from Kukutis. As we head on to the back straight once again. And it's just nose to tail, Kangas, Kukutis and Jozaitis. Jozaitis at the front of this train. Timas Rimas continues to work his way up through the field. He's now up into 5th position. And he is, however, 3.5 seconds behind this trio. So a lot of work for Kukutis, a lot of work for Timas Rimas to do. Just overtook Vilho Turtiainen on the last lap. Rodrigo Lapins also up into 8th position. Domas Norkus has closed in on to Lapins. He's putting in some decent times, but 49.1 from Hugo Colby at the front of the field. This group just behind, they're doing 49.3s, 49.4s. Just bump drafting down the straight is Kangas and Jozaitis. Jozaitis goes a little bit wide, and that's going to open up the door for Kukutis. Goes up the inside of one, almost up the inside of another, bit of contact between them. Through goes Kukutis, and dropping back is Kangas. And that's good news for Jokubas Jozaitis, because he's now got a bit of a gap behind him to Kukutis. Well, I think that's one for the stewards. Kukutis was up the inside. He tried to go up the inside of 2. He couldn't quite make it work on Jozaitis, but then I think Kangas tried to hold it around the outside, and maybe Kukutis went a little bit wide, and then they made contact. As there is the 11 of Turtiainen, trying to stick with Timas Rimas, who is closing in on to Oni Kangas. He's now just 7/10 behind, courtesy of the incident we just saw between Kukutis and Kangas. But here is Hugo Colby. 2.3 seconds clear of Jokubas Jozaitis. And a 49.0 is fastest lap of the race. Maybe he might be able to break into the 48. Timas Rimas has done a 49.1, so there's no doubt that Rimas has really good pace. But again, that lap 1 incident has just dropped him down the order. Otherwise, maybe he could have given Hugo Colby a fight. Well, the gap is nearly 3 seconds at the front of the field. Jozaitis being reeled back in by both Kukutis and Kangas. 49.0 from Timas Rimas. Well, Timas Rimas might be able to pick up second, which will keep him in a good spot. I think that'll mean that he'll start second for the final alongside Hugo Colby, which is where he needs to be if he wants to win the day for the Micromaxes. There is Timas Rimas in the green, or I should say the blue, white and black cart. And there in the focus of your screen was Oni Kangas, one of our 3 Finnish drivers in this race. The other being our race leader Hugo Colby, and in 6th place Vilho Turtiainen. Well, he's really closing in, isn't he, Timas Rimas? 48.945. The pace is electric from Timas. It's faster than everyone else on circuit, including your race leader Hugo Colby. There is Jokubas Jozaitis, who isn't being reeled in by Karims Kukutis. I think this is going to be a 3-way fight for 3rd place, but we're on the final lap of the race, so there isn't any time left. Hugo Colby, well, he was untouchable in heat number 1. The only way he's been touched in heat number 2 is pace by Timas Rimas, but a dominant victory again for Hugo Colby. Fist in the air. Jokubas Jozaitis a very good second ahead of Karims Kukutis, who picks up an excellent podium ahead of Oni Kangas and the fast-charging Timas Rimas, who puts in a 48.878 on that lap. Vilho Turtiainen in 6th ahead of Domas Norkus in 7th. Then it is Marko Klavin's David Vladson in 9th. Rodrigo Lapins completes the top 10 ahead of Rems Balod Nagradovs in 11th. But Timo Sinimas with the fast lap off the race by a 1/10 of a second. Excellent, excellent pace for Rmc, but he's going to have a lot of work to do in the next race. Karim Skukutis from 9th up to 3rd. He will be very, very happy with that race with Lightning McQueen. So with that, we're going to be taking a short break before we return with our Minimaxes. On to the circuit go our Minimaxes now. We saw some really good racing from our Minimaxes in the previous heat from them. Can we get more of the same? Emilis Kapkauskas, Ivo Os on the front row. Then it's Carlis Bensons and Michelis Zuber on row number 2. Moving on to row 3 is Jan Wozniak. Keep your eyes out for him. And Martins Lapins as well. Row 4, Tauras Simnikas and Nestori Turtiainen in 7th and 8th. Completing your top 10 is Elisa Mankonen and Karl Korkekuhi in 10th position. Remigius Kraushinas is in 11th ahead of Martins Sama in 12th. And then it is Dominiks Dargis and Henrys Laps completing your 14 kart field. Now, Kapkauskas looked quick in that previous race, but it was Martins Lapins who took the honours, if I am not mistaken. Ivo Os fast as well. Jan Wozniak was leading that race for quite a large portion of it until, well, actually no, he was leading on the opening lap, or opening 2 laps, and then ended up dropping right down the order. He will be hoping for a very different fortunes in this race. But let's see what Emilis Kapkauskas can do from this position. Yeah, it was Martins Lapins who won from actually Carlis Bernsons and Remigius Kraushinas. Kraushinas starting quite far down the order in this race, down in P11. So let's see what Kraushinas can do from there. So, Kapkauskas also on the front row of the grid. Keep your eyes out for Carlis Bernsons, who will be hoping to be in second by turn 1. Now, in race 1, Kapkauskas ended up losing the lead on the opening corner. He'll be hoping that doesn't happen again in heat number 2. Here we go, on the power, and race is underway. Ivo Os immediately moving to the inside, but Bernsons is already through. Also is Lapins. So Ivo Os, the inside did not work for him as he sacrificed positions to get to the inside. Benson's got to try to go up the inside of Kapkauskas, and right behind them is Lapins as well. So Martins Lapins has made some really good work starting this race from down in 7th place or 6th place. He is now up into 3rd. Benson's up into 2nd. Ivo Os back up into 4th place. And where is Remigius Kraushinas in all of this? We will have to wait and see. Kraushinas, who finished in 3rd in the previous race. Ivo Os going a little bit defensive. Who is he ahead of? I can't quite tell. I think that might be Jan Wozniak. So Jan Wozniak in 5th position. Well, it's a better start to this race for Wozniak than it was about an hour ago. So Wozniak is indeed in 4th. Wozniak is in 5th. Mankanen in 6th ahead of Turtiain. Then it's Zuber. But Benson's coming under a bit of pressure now from Martins Lapins as Kapkauskas tries to pull clear at the front of the field. Kapkauskas finished in 8th position in the previous race. It was a disaster for him considering how fast his pace was. So Kapkauskas needs to be hoping that doesn't happen again. But the top 4 all nose to tail. They started to pull clear of Wozniak and Mankanen in 5th and 6th place. Here comes Bernsons. goes up the inside of Kapkauskas. Fastest lap, though, goes the way of Ivo Oss in fourth at the back end of this quartet of karts. And all Lapins had a little look up the inside of Kapkauskas, decided against it. Benson's leads. Benson's goes defensive into turn 4. Now, how defensive is Benson's going to go? Fairly defensive. A little bit of a push mid-corner. Almost allows Martins Lapins to go through. So top 4, they're all constantly looking over their shoulders to see where everyone is. And on to the start-finish straight again. A look over the shoulder from Bernson. Yep, Kapkauskas is still there. Around the outside, tries Lapins. Is he going to make it work? He absolutely is. Fantastic move from Martins Lapins. From third up into second. And the whole field has closed in now as well. Who is that up into fourth position? I think that's Jan Wozniak, who has been able to get through on Ivo Oss. Kapkauskas, though, drops down into third place. Would he drop down any further? Now, where is Remigius Kraushinas? He's up into 8th place. So he's somewhere in this group of karts. And there goes Oss up the inside of Wozniak. Wozniak, can he slam the door shut? No, he can't. He'll have to slot in behind Turtiainen. I think it's behind the pair of them, or is that Mankanen? As we go through turn 1 once more. It is indeed Turtiainen. One day I will figure out how to say Nestori's name properly, but that day might not be today. Really nice move up the inside. I think that was Mankanen back up the inside of Nestori Turtiainen. Turtiainen, I think it is. All contact. That was Turtiainen up the inside, and wide goes a 198 of Mankanen. Elis Mankanen, who was in 6th, 7th position, drops right down the field. Not good news for him. Good news, though, if your name is Remigius Kraushinas, we'll be continuing to find positions. Your top 4 streaking clear of Jan Wozniak in 5th position. Martins Lapins, Carlis Bensons. With Ivo Oss in 4th place, they are your 3 Latvians in the top 4. Emilis Kapkauskas, your Lithuanian representative. We head down towards turn 6 and 7. Benson's leads, not for much longer. Oh, that's a brave move from Lapins. He makes it work as well. A really hard move to pull off, and he catches out Carlos Benson's. To the outside looks Kapkauskas, but Lapins leads. There might be contact here. Kapkauskas goes round the pair of them. Ivo Oss wiggles his way through on Martins Lapins. So Lapins from 2nd to 1st and then back down to 4th place. And Emilis Kapkauskas reclaims the lead of this race. 2 minutes on the clock as well. But these top 4 seem to be in a pace of their own. Now, Ivo Oss, does he work with Bernson to try to close in Kapkauskas? Because if these guys fight, Kapkauskas will be gone. Oss, I thought, was looking for a move, but I think he was just slotting in. Wozniak and Remigius Kraushinas, they're working together in 5th and 6th position. Bensons goes defensive just to dissuade Ivo Oss from going for that move. Kraushinas is ahead of Jan Wozniak, so Kraushinas, who started this race right down the order, is up into 5th place and is quickly closing in onto Martins Lapins as well. Last time round, Kraushinas 46-1. He took 2nd out of Martins Lapins, who, albeit did lose a bunch of positions on that lap, but still a very big lap, 3/10 quicker than Emilis Kapkauskas. Also looking for the move up the inside of Bensons. Bensons, though, keeps that inside covered. This is really good news if you're Emilis Kapkauskas and indeed Remigius Kraushinas. Oss again looking to the outside. No way through. Kapkauskas just can't seem to streak clear. He's got nearly half a second of an advantage. Ivo Oss in 3rd still searching for a way through on the ever defensive Carlis Bensons. Once again, we head through turn 4, and there is Remigius Kraušinas. Lapins gives a little finger wag forward. I don't think there's going to be any working together, not with 15 seconds on the clock. We're going to be heading onto the last lap of the race. I think Kauskas has this race in the bag. No way through for us into the final corner. We've seen Martins Lapins pull off a move there on Carlos Berntsens. Again, defensive from Berntsens. Up the inside goes Martins Lapins. And back up into third position. He's going to defend from Ivos. Can Kriaušinas maybe find a way through? No, he can't. Os still searching for something. He's going to look up the inside. There's almost contact. That's going to compromise him. And that's going to bring Kriaušinas into play as well. But Kauskas leads through 7 and onto the back straight. Kriaušinas looks to the outside. No way through. Last lap of the race. Emilis Kapkauskas will round turn number 9 to pick up the checkered flag ahead of Carlos Berntsens. Then it's Martins Lapins in third position. He'll be starting on pole for the super final. Ivo was in fourth ahead of Remigius Kraušinas. Kraušinas completing the top 5 ahead of Jan Wozniak. And then comes Tauras Dimnikas, Kal Korkekuhi in 8th. Then it's Nestori Turtiainen in 9th with Michele Zube in 10th position. Martin Sarma in 11th ahead of Henris Lapse, Dominiks Dargis and Ilis Mankanen. Mankanen we saw on the grass due to contact with Nestori Turtiainen. Well, Remigius Kraušinas didn't pick up the fastest lap. It was actually Ivo Os with a 46.436. Just a few hundredths quicker than Kraušinas. But that is all of our Minimax racing for their heats. We'll be moving on to their final later today. Next up, though, is going to be our DD2. So stay tuned. We'll be back in a short bit. Ragnar Vieres and Edgar Zvilkans are on the front row of the grid for our DD2s ahead of Joel Kasper Juepere and Axel Sarniala in 3rd and 4th place. Romans Rodionovs and Noyes Gerolaitis are on row number 3 with Bruno Perle and Torres Johannes Domingas on row 4. Keep your eye out for, I think it's Perle, Devin Sagadi and Ricards Kalmseems in 9th and 10th position. Then it's Roland's Juris Sprude and Andreas Aupgaup. Sprude, who was very quick in the previous race. Aras Jankevicius and Rodrigo Franz complete your 14-car field. Well, one driver to really watch out for, Axel Sarniala. He was super fast in the previous race, but an incident on lap 1 dropped him right down the order. Sarniala now starts in 4th place. Will he be able to close in onto Vieres and Vilkans? Edgar Vilkans was untouched in that previous race. Ragnar Vieres needs to find a little bit more to challenge him. And Vieres is starting on pole. So he's in an excellent position to keep the Latvian at bay. Well, Sarniala, the Finnish representative, Vīris, the Estonian representative, and Vilkans, the Latvian representative. And rather fitting that those three are possibly the three quickest. Joel-Kasper Juepere will want to be included in that conversation. And he did give Vīris a good run for his money, but Vīris did come out on top in that opening heat. Here we go then, Vīris in the red and yellow helmet, Edgars Vilkans in the white helmet, keeping an eye on that throttle pedal. When will Vīris go? We have gone, we are green, you can see the smoke rising. Ragnar Vīris leads the field away, Juepere up into second place, never mind, held round the outside by Edgars Vilkans, and it is a clean start this time for Axel Sarniala, and a clean start for the majority, the entirety of the field. So no disaster on lap one, and the top four are already streaking clear of everyone else. Defensive from Vīris. Vilkans to the outside, goes wide, through goes Juepere, and up into second place goes the Estonian to make it a 1-2 for Team Estonia. Vīris ahead of Juepere, and Vīris looking maybe to the outside. It's a bit of a defensive line coming in from Ragnar Vīris. Sarniala just sitting at the back of these three for now, rather patient, bit of a dust being kicked up. Round the outside goes, that is Edgars Vilkans round the outside. Absolutely fantastic move to reclaim second from Juepere, and closing in is Nois Gerolaitis and Roman Rodionovs. Those two are also very quick in these DD2s, looking to make it a six-way battle for the victory. Vīris though going defensive ahead of Edgars Vilkans in the 4-3-2. Sorry, no, that's Sarniala. So it's Sarniala who is up into second, who made that move around the outside into turn one. So Axel Sarniala up into second place behind Ragnar Vīris. It's Estonia from Finland that is indeed Edgars Vilkans, is the Latvian in third place. They all try to go around the outside. Parking it on the apex was, I'm not sure who it was, but Roman Rodionov says, thank you very much. If you're going to park it on the apex, I'll just take full advantage of that. That was Gerolaitis trying to park it on the apex of Vilkans, and Rodionov said, don't mind if I do. Or maybe it was Vilkans up the inside of Gerolaitis. They've all got very similar suit colour schemes going on. Vīris leads from Sarniala, and in the background you can see it forming us ahead of Perle. Keep your eyes out for Spruder. He was very quick in the previous heat, as is Kallenseams as well, but he's got a lot of work to do, does Kallenseams. Vīris from Sarniala, then is Juepere in third place with Rodionovs right behind him, and Juepere is going to have to go defensive. Vilkans just behind the pair of them in the Sodi cart. Or in the Sodi chassis, I should say. Or is it Sodi kart chassis? I don't know. Then it's Nois Gerolaitis in sixth position. And then just behind is Blomingas and Spruder trying to latch on to this leading sextet. Is that going to be a move up the inside? It is indeed. Nois Gerolaitis up the inside of Edgars Vilkans. Sorry, no, that's Rodionovs who's dropped down. So Vilkans has got through on Rodionovs and indeed on Gerolaitis. But leading the way is Ragnar Vīris from Axel Sarniala. Those two separated by just a tiny amount. And then is Joel-Kasper Juepere in third position. Your field not spread by much, but your top two definitely starting to get into a league of their own is Vīris and Sarniala. Edgars Vilkans, can he start to make his way back through? We know what pace he's capable of. He was phenomenally quick in the first heat, and I think he just needs a bit of clean air to be able to showcase that pace again here in heat number 2. He's starting to reel in Juepere. You can visibly see that gap coming down. Fastest lap is Ricard's Kallenseams. Well, we know Kallenseams is quick. But again, just had those issues in race number 1. That lap 1 incident for Callan Seams, and indeed for Sarniala. And well, this is looking rather feisty. The 429 stuck on the outside. Juepere loses 1, 2, nearly 3 positions. Through goes Edgars Vilkans. Now Vilkans needs to get his head down. He's got Roman Rodionovs directly behind him. Then behind Rodionovs comes Juepere, followed by Nois Gerolaitis. However, Gerolaitis has been overtaken by Thormingas, and following through as well was Roland Spruder. So Spruder showing some of that pace that we saw from him in race number 1. Right, Edgars Vilkans. Last lap round, he matched the pace of Virus, a little bit quicker than Sarniala. Actually quicker than both of them, 43.1. So Vilkans has got good pace. Now, can he pull clear? Will Rodionovs work with him? Or will Rodionovs go for a move? Well, Vilkans actually having to go a little bit defensive to make sure that Rodionovs can't pull a move on him. And Juepere is right behind, pushing Rodionovs along. It's not what Edgars Vilkans needs to be able to close into the top 2. With 4 minutes left, it's going to be a big ask. I think he's going to have to go defensive and focus on holding this position. Round the outside goes Juepere, and he's going to be able to take the position from Rodionov. Thormingas follows through as well. Spruder tries to get through too. Around the outside goes Thormingas through turn number 3. Is it going to work? No, he puts a wheel on the grass, somehow keeps it on the circuit. And Spruder tries to go around the outside of Thormingas now. Vilkans having to defend from Juepere, and this is going to be a really feisty battle for 3rd position. As everyone just trying to find a little bit of space. Spruder, or into the back goes Thormingas of Juepere. And Spruder now looking to the outside, up the inside of Vilkans. Goes Juepere, and Vilkans going to lose 1, 2, 3, 4 positions in one corner. Well, you cannot leave that door open. Thormingas up the inside, Spruder around the outside. This is absolutely fantastic battling. Rodionov's trying to get involved as well as Juepere trying to reclaim 3rd position from his fellow Estonian of Toomas Johannes Thormingas. Will there be any Estonian friendly fire going on, or will they work together? Well, Spruder looks fast, and he wants a bit of revenge for what happened in the previous race where he was looking at potentially a P3, a P4. Ended up dropping a little bit down the order. However, keep your eyes out for Edgars Vilkans, who will be looking to make his way back through the field, but Vilkans has dropped right down the field. Late move from Rodionovs up the inside of Spruder. Makes a move work as well. Edgars Vilkans has dropped right down the field. He's not even in the top 10. He's in P13. He's had a 47.2 that lap. So Edgars Vilkans has had a spin or a half spin somewhere. And he's 2 seconds behind Rodrigo Fram. So Edgars Vilkans, not what he needed. Your race winner from heat number 1, who was looking near unstoppable pace-wise, has not had a good heat number 2. And this has practically thrown him out of contention for a fight in the super final with Virus and Sarniala. But Toomas Johannes Thormingas looking very, very good indeed in 3rd position. As Juepere searches for a way through, can't find anything into turn 3, or indeed into turn 4. Well, it is Ricard Callan up into 6th position. But at the front, 42.5s being set by Virus and Sarniala. The only person who's been able to match their pace has been Edgars Vilkans. But Vilkans struggling, has a really nice move up the inside into turn 1, that is from Juepere. Juepere now goes defensive, nose to tail, as Thormingas searches for a way through. But Juepere just makes sure that he gets a car fully slowed down at the apex. And now Thormingas has left the door open, and that's allowed Rodionovs through. 50 seconds on the clock. We'll have a couple of laps remaining. Wow, the top 2 nearly 7 seconds clear of this group. They might have 2 or 3 laps to go. It's going to be very tight. But Ragnar Virus has pulled a near 1 second lead to Axel Sarniala. Meanwhile, Tonis Johannes Tomingas, as we mentioned, he's dropped down a few places behind Rodionovs and Juepere. Edgars Vilkans is so far back. There is Edgars Vilkans. Actually, no, that's Virus and Sarniala. I don't know what has happened to Edgars Vilkans in this race. Maybe he got some damage on the kart or something. Defensive from Juepere as Rodionov searches for a way through. Tomingas having to keep Callan Seams at bay. Callan Seams on the outside, dives to the inside, has to get hard on the brakes as he almost wipes out Tomingas. 2 laps remaining, including this one. Juepere continues to be defensive. Here is the checkered flag being waved. Ragnar Virus takes a win from Axel Sarniala. Juepere in 3rd, ahead of Rodionovs in 4th. Then it is Tonis Johannes Tomingas ahead of Rickard's Callan Seams in 6th. Devin Sagadi in 7th, ahead of Roland's Juris Spruder. Andreas Opkap in 9th, ahead of Noyes Gerolaitis. Aras Jankevicius in 11th, with Rodrigo Frams in 12th. And then it is Edgars Vilkans down in 13th place. Bruno Perle DNFing. Apologies on the screen. That is the Minimax race results. Emilis Kapkauskas hasn't quite progressed to DD2s just yet. Our next race is going to be our Rotax Max Juniors. So stay tuned. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes' time. Onto circuit we go for our Rotax Juniors, and this should be another good one. Jack Collinson and Emilis Jozaitis are on the front row of the grid. Row 2 is Juris Zigimanta Stankevicius and Markus Jauch. On row number 3, Oskaras Pitkovas and Remy Rubin. And moving on to row number 4, Niklas Passi and Klaus Hans. Completing the top 10 is Adam Six and Marcel Popakul. And in 11th and 12th is Mikael Grantins and Patrikas Josius. 13th and 14th is Janette Saloranta and Kita Spike. And on to row number 8, Henry Kadastik and Marks Konanovs. Kita Spike and Henry Kadastik on row 8. Apologies. Row 9 is Marks Konanovs and Gustavs Narvais, with Matvey Ponomarev and Hugo Kimonts completing your 20 kart, and Nikita Lyubimov in 21st. Now, Nikita Lyubimov almost finished 2nd from the back of the grid in heat number 1. He ended up finishing in 4th, though, after losing a few positions on the last lap, trying to go for a move. Ended up leaving the door open. Jack Collinson, though, took a very good victory in race 1. Let's see what Emilis Juozaitis can do in this race. He won the finals 2 weekends ago in the Latvian round 1 of RMC. Remy Rubin as well. Marcus Jolk was quick in the previous race, as was Nicolas Passi. I think he finished in 3rd or something. I forget. But Jack Collinson, Stankovičius, 1st and 3rd on the inside. We'll see whether Juozaitis can hold on to 2nd through the opening corner. Marcus Jolk in the full green helmet, starting in 4th place. Away we go. We are green. It's a good start from the inside of the grid, and being forced wide is Juozaitis. We've got a spinner. Lyubimov takes full advantage of that and gains about 8 positions. But once again, Jack Collinson is scot-free at the front and now just has to manage this lead as there's a move further behind for 4th position. I'm not sure who that is, but Marcus Jolk has dropped right down the field. And, well, once again, Jack Collinson has been pretty much handed this race. I guess you can win a race on the opening lap. It won't be necessarily easy. Emilis Juozaitis had to take avoiding action, and it's a good thing he did, otherwise he would have been collected in that lap 1, turn 1 incident, but at least now he can focus on trying to maintain 2nd position. Well, Collinson leads from Juozaitis. Mikel Grantins in 3rd position, then it is Janet Saloranta. Saloranta gaining a huge number of positions on the opening laps. Nikita Lyubimov up to 10th from 21st. 11 places gained on the opening laps. Grantins 8 places gained. Saloranta 9 places gained. Kadastik, Narvaez also gaining 8-9 places, but it is still Lyubimov who has gained more places than anyone else. Stankovičius has lost so many. Gadzhiev losing 19 places. Timur Gadzhiev. Actually, no, he hasn't lost 19 places. I think there's an issue with the timing tower on that. Nicolas Passi dropping down to 21st. He's lost a ridiculous number of positions. 14 places lost. Gadzhiev, I'm pretty sure, wasn't starting in 2nd place or indeed in 1st place. And there's Lyubimov taking a very wide line, and we've got a spinner. Hopefully no one collects that driver. I think that might have been Marcus Kononov's. There's a 251 and the 246. Patrikas Josias. And who was in the 246? I'm not sure. It might have been the 248 of Klav's Hands, potentially. But there is Emilis Juozaitis in 2nd with Mikel Grantins right behind him, and Saloranta doing a really good job here in 4th place. Considering how far down the field Saloranta was, not only impressive getting this high up the order, but sticking as well. Mikel Grantins up the inside, really good job. And is that a certain Lyubimov? I'm not 100% sure. I think it was the Estonian driver gaining a few more positions as there is more contact. That's the 293 and the 226. Nicolas Passi making contact with... I'm not sure, that might have been Henry Kadastik in the 266. I can't find a 226 anywhere on my timing tower. Maybe it was the 225 of Timur Gadzhiev. I think that's the Kazakh flag or Uzbekistani flag. One of the two. But Jack Collinson continues to lead. There comes a move back up the inside from your pole sitter, Emilis Juozaitis, as he tries to reclaim 3rd position. And he doesn't. He's dropping well down the order now, is Juozaitis. Actually, no, he's at the front of this. It's the 231 of Gustav Narvaez who I was mixing him up with. He's down in 6th place. Now, where is Lyubimov in all of this? He's in 9th place. He's at the back of this train of carts. Mikel Grantins is in 2nd and clear. Then is Emilis Juozaitis. Saloranta has dropped down a couple of places. I think that's Popakul, who might be behind Juozaitis now. We'll see when they come over the line. 44.7 for Jack Collinson. 44.8 for Grantins. And there goes a move up the inside. That's going to open up the door for Lyubimov. Bit of contact between Lyubimov and the 213 of Saloranta, who almost gets Saloranta airborne, as there goes Marcus Jolk up the inside of Saloranta as well. Goes wide on the exit and won't be able to reclaim the position either, coming out of the corner. move further down from the... I can't quite tell who that was. I think that might have been Pitkovas, potentially. But Jack Collinson leads from Mikael Grantins in second place. Then comes Emilis Juozaitis in third, with Popakul just behind him. Marcel Popakul. There is a 244 Popakul up the inside. Lyubimov in fifth place. They're trying to hunt these two down. We'll see whether Popakul can close in onto Mikael Grantins. Through turn 5 we go. So Jack Collinson, 44.6 fast lap of the race that time round. Nikita Lyubimov, 45.3. But let's see what he can do now, because this is his first lap in clean air, is this, for Nikita Lyubimov. As we head over the line, Collinson, 44.6, 44.5 from Mikael Grantins, 44.7 for Marcel Popakul. And Emilis Juozaitis, 45.0, 44.5 for Nikita Lyubimov, fastest lap of the race. Which is kind of what we're coming to expect from Lyubimov. The Estonian representative from Minimaxes a couple of years ago. Up to juniors last year. I can't quite remember if he was at the grand finals last year in the junior category. I think he must have been. It would have been him or what, Markus Jolk. I'm pretty sure it was Lyubimov. I can't remember how he got on. That was his first year in the juniors. See what he can do this year. Jack Collinson's also going to be a driver to watch out for. Mikael Grantins, the Norwegian driver, hot up there too. Essentially a new set of junior drivers. No Majas Mažinas racing, at least not in the juniors, not this weekend, or indeed in the last weekend. 44.4 for Lyubimov. A few hundreds quicker than Jack Collinson, who's also in the 44.4s. But Lyubimov is through on Juozaitis. He's so clinical, is Lyubimov. Even when drivers are defending in front of him, he finds a way through. And sometimes on the last lap of the race, he'll find a way through, but then end up dropping a few positions rather heartbreakingly. Lyubimov is already onto the back of Popakul. So Lyubimov is going to end up having a P4 and a P3, which I think means that for the super final, Collinson will be on pole ahead of Mikael Grantins, and then Nikita Lyubimov will be in third, which is actually probably better than starting in second, is this for Lyubimov. Lyubimov really closing in. Last time around 44.5, but again is in a bit of dirt here. Markus Jolk, 44.1. That is a really quick lap. We come over the line. Defensive from Popakul. And so he has to be. He's got Lyubimov all over his rear end. Markus Jolk is closing in too. Still defensive from Popakul, the Polish driver. Putting his head down, trying to keep Lyubimov at bay. Oh, what a move from Lyubimov up the inside of turn 7. We've seen Lyubimov making some great moves so far today. That was certainly one of them. Now Popakul has to try to desperately hold on to 4th place ahead of Markus Jolk. Jolk, though, going to go up the inside, and indeed he will. Now it's Lyubimov versus Jolk for the final podium spot. There is a yellow flag out. Hopefully that's not for either of our top 2 drivers. Indeed it's not. Well, Jack Collinson is leading by 4.1 seconds. We've got 20 seconds on the clock. I tell you what, if Jack Collinson doesn't win this super final after how dominantly he has won both heats, that is going to be, well, absolutely gutting for him. It was Emilis Juozaitis who won the super final 2 weekends ago for the opening round of the Rotax Max Latvian Challenge, ahead of Jack Collinson, and it was actually Oskaras Pitkovas who picked up 3rd place in that race, as his contact further behind is not going well for Popakul. who has had a bit of contact, I believe, with Emilis Jozaitis. That actually might allow Saloranta through too. Was that Popacol? Maybe it was Jozaitis and Saloranta who had the contact. 2 laps remaining in this race. 44.1 for Collinson. Marcus York 44.2. And there is Collinson. Last lap board is out. (44.2) Lyubimov that time round. 44.1 for York, and Lyubimov having to go defensive. Not a thing that we've seen often today. Lyubimov defensive again into turn number 4. As we head towards turn 5, Popacol not far behind. Saloranta has definitely lost a few places on that lap. I think it was Saloranta that we saw going wide, presumably contact with Emilis Jozaitis. However, rounding the final corner is going to be Jack Collinson. Marcus York looking to the outside of the final corner. Jack Collinson makes it 2 from 2. Mikael Grantins makes it 2 from 2 of seconds. And in third place, Nikita Lyubimov from last on the grid, ahead of Marcus York and Marcel Popacol in 5th place. Emilis Jozaitis in 6th, ahead of Oskaras Pitkovas in 7th. Remi Rubin, Janet Saloranta in 9th, with Gustavs Narvais in 10th. Joris Zigamanta Stankevicius in 11th, ahead of Peter Spike. Adam 6th, Marks Kononov and Hugo Kimons in 15th. Patrikas Josias and Matvey Ponomarev complete your 17 karts that finished. Henry Kadastik, Timur Gajiev, Niklas Pasi and Klavs Hans were your drivers who did not finish this race. Right, we've got one more race before our lunch break, which will be in just a few moments' time. So, up next are our DD2 Masters. So, actually, after the DD2 Masters, we'll also be having our third Rotax Senior Heat. And then we'll be going into a break before our Super Finals. We are green for our DD2 Masters as they take to the circuit for their second final, with their super final occurring after lunch break. Price on pole with Ricards Kalnsiems alongside him. Mikolas Mažinas and Ivers Us on row number 2. And then on row 3 is Rudis Klavins and Juris Zalitis. On to row 4, and we have Eke Norm and Martins Rollis. And completing the top 10 is Armens Kanks and Karmo Hurm. On 6 is Martin Sild and Argo Tam. And then moving on to 13th place is Heigo Hummel. And that is our 13 kart field. Keep your eyes out for Ricards Kalnsiems. He had an incident on lap 1 on the previous race, which dropped him down the order. He had to fight his way back up through the field to, I think it was about 3rd or 4th place. But he was the only driver who had the raw pace to match Price. So hopefully for him this time, starting in 2nd position, he won't drop as far down the field and can give the Estonian driver a proper run for his money. Mikolas Mažinas, Ivers Us, those two had a good battle as well in the previous race. I think it was Rudis Klavins who was there. Zalitis was able to close in too. Everyone got very close to each other. But we are green and we are racing for race number 2. And it is a good start for Mikolas Mažinas, who moves up into 2nd place. But this time much cleaner for Kalnsiems to go straight up the inside. And actually Mažinas goes up the inside as well of Price. So Mažinas now leads from Kalnsiems with Price in 3rd position. Well, this is not something that I was expecting to happen for heat number 2. Dennis Ivers also, I believe, still in 4th position. He's done well to hold on to his starting spot, considering he was on the outside of the grid. And Price for a second, I thought he was going to try to go up the inside of Kalnsiems into 8, into the long left-hander of turn 8. And there goes the move up the inside. Oh dear, Price has gone over the back of Ricards Kalnsiems. And well, that is not what he wanted. Thankfully for Kalnsiems, he's only lost a position, but for Price, it is disaster. And well, Price, he won the first race. All he really needed was 3rd, 2nd, and he would have been starting on pole for the final. Now he's going to be starting down the order. It's going to be Mikolas Mažinas, who will presumably be starting on pole for the super final, with Ricards Kalnsiems maybe actually starting in 2nd place. This has turned today on its head. How far back has Price dropped? Because he had to roll his car out of the barriers. I think he's really far back, is Price. He's not going to be able to get into the top 10. And Price is going to end up starting the super final from about 6th or 7th position. Maybe he could start from 5th if he's lucky. He did win the first race. He's going to finish this race down in 12th. He's not going to catch a 10-second deficit. But Kalnsiems now has it all to do. If he can get some positions, if he can win this race and start on pole, or indeed in 2nd for the super final, there goes Kalnsiems up the inside. If him and Mažinas can make a getaway at the top, that could really scupper Price's chances of winning this event. Well, Price, wow, he is far back. He's not even crossed the line yet. Let's see, once he does eventually come over the line. He lost 15 seconds on that lap. 15 seconds. Price has dropped down to 13th. I wonder if he's had to retire from this race because Armens Kanks has overtaken him. I think Price is out. He must have come into the pits or come to a stop somewhere on circuit. is saying that on the back straight, the 5-9, or it's on the start-finish straight, it's a 5-1-9. So Price has retired. Up the inside goes Callan Seams. He makes the moves on Mikolas Mašinas into turn 3, and following through going to be Klavins and indeed Us. So Mikolas Mašinas up into second, and that is Rudis Klavins, who has gained a position as well. The 520, sorry, Ivers Us has gained the position. The 511, that's Juris Zelitis there as well. So Mikolas Mašinas in second, Callan Seams leads. Then it's Ivers Us and Rudis Klavins, followed by Juris Zelitis. But Callan Seams is clear at the front of the field and is pulling clear as well. He's taken a few tenths out of pretty much everyone on that lap. So Ricard Callan Seams 42.9 that time around, only driver in the 42s on that lap. All over. Mašinas though has a little sniff up the inside of 3, decides better of it. Rudis Klavins just a kart length or 2 behind this duo. Callan Seams extends his lead at the front of the field. Through turns 1 and 2 we go. And the race has started to die down just a little bit. The Callan Seams leading by nearly an entire second. Mikolas Mašinas coming under more pressure from Ivers Us and Rudis Klavins, who has definitely closed in. Martins Rollis a few more kart lengths behind, looking to turn this into a 4-way scrap for second place. It is Martins Rollis who has the fast lap of the race of 42.941 last time around. 42.847 for Rollis on this lap. And again, another attempted move from Ivers Us, but just has to back out at the last second. Through 5 once more, Mikolas Mašinas. Well, this is one of the biggest advantages he's had. It's nearly 2 kart lengths as opposed to half a kart length, although that gap has very quickly dwindled. Did I just see a move? I think I did. Klavins dropped back behind Rollis, so Rollis with a nice send up the inside into the final corner. Has he? No, he's still behind Klavins. I thought for a second I had seen the 517 ahead of the 592. New fast lap of the race for your race leader, Ricard Callan Seams, a 42.835. Martins Rollis now a little bit stuck in traffic, as there is Callan Seams through 7 and onto the back straight. He's not pulled out a huge gap, but it is a comfortable margin. And he's going to cross the line with just under 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. Well, that time round, all of your top 6 were into the 42s, and your fastest was Martins Rollis with a 42.8. There is Klavins behind Mašinas, who has been overtaken now by Ivers Us. They head through 7. Interesting to see the different lines. Some just holding it tight all the way through, some letting the kart go out a little bit wider in the middle of the corner. But I think this position might be good for Callan's teams. It might actually mean that he starts on pole for the race with Magenas down in 3rd position. So this could be really, really good for Myers Magenas. As Magenas goes up the inside into turn 7. And now following through is Rudis Clavins. Now, if Clavins gets second, that would be excellent for Callan's teams, because Clavins wasn't on the podium in Heat 1, I don't think. As Martins Rollis goes up the inside of Ivers Us, and following through is Juris Zalitis. So, bad news for Ivers Us, who was running in second, and it's funny what one lap can do from second down into 6th position. Magenas ahead of Clavins. I think we're going to cross the line and head on to the penultimate lap of the race. Two laps to go as Callan's team comes over the line. Myers Magenas seems to be pulling a gap to Rudis Clavins. Mikolas Magenas on course to start on pole for the final. Presumably, if Callan's team's alongside him. The question will be, where will Pritsay start? I think he's going to be... I don't know if you... Do you get points in a heat if you DNF, is the question. If he just gets points for 13th, then that's essentially going to mean he's going to start in about 7th, 6th, maybe 7th place. If he's lucky, P5. But I don't think it'd be any higher than 5th. On to the last lap of the race, and Callan's teams has pulled a very healthy 3-second lead. He's put in the fastest lap of the race last time round, a 42.715. And Mikolas Magenas has had to work quite hard for this 2nd place spot. Checker flag is out and claimed by Ricard's Callan's teams. Mikolas Magenas is in 2nd, ahead of Rudis Clavins, with Martins Rollis in 4th position. Ivers Us and Juris Zalitis complete your top 6, who weren't separated by much from 2nd to 6th, less than 2 seconds. Eke Nurm in 7th, ahead of Karmo Herm in 8th. Martin Sild and Argo Tam complete your top 10, with Heigo Hummel in 11th. Armand Kanks was a lap down, and Pritsay did not do more than a single lap. I think we're going to be in for a rather exciting super final. However, before we head into our super finals, we've got a lunch break. And before the lunch break, we've got our final senior class final. So we'll be back in just a couple of moments' time. Our drivers are onto the field for the final heat, or final of the day, depending on how you term it. Tom Starell is on pole ahead of Marcus Papp, and then it is Fernando Paimbre and Dovydas Gudelevicius on row number 2. Kairo Kivi and Artyom Sestakovs are on row 3, with Martin Wallström and Marta Spike are on row number 4. Row 5, in completing your top 10, Karlis Kirikovs and Timofey Vladimirov. Then it is Linas Volungevicius in 11th ahead of Albert Ingo, with Oliver Kerg and Alice Stolsermane in 14th place. Normantes Arvesevicius and Artur Caro are on row number 8. And moving on to row number 9 is Marius Karshauskas and Theodor Tobal, with Kevin Lanus and Kyle Christian Tukru completing the top 20. Christian Hjovain in 21st ahead of Somets, with Rikard Keikulis and Miro Koski in 23rd and 24th. We've then got Ilya Sheremeta and Hans Markus Narusk in 25th and 26th. Jonas Liotkauskas and Rens Smits are on row number 14. And completing the top 30 is Kaios Petkus and Endrik Pietz. Right, and with that, we are pretty much ready for the race. Keep your eyes out for Sestakovs, who is in this race, the race winner from a couple of weekends ago. But Paimbre is clearly the driver to beat. We saw that in the previous heat. He has gone. There is no green flag being waved. Paimbre, he caught out... Oh, sorry, not Paimbre. Strel is the driver to beat, and he's caught Paimbre out napping. So Paimbre not quite able to stick to the back of Strel. I think Paimbre knows all about going a little bit too early on the race start. I'll never forget that race from last year where Paimbre, of course, I think it was about 3 race restarts. However, Strel, Papp, Paimbre, Gudelevicius, top 4, all 4 different nationalities as well. Artyom Sestakov's down in 6th. As I mentioned, one to watch out for. Wallström, very quick. He's in 7th. A couple of drivers to really keep your eyes out for, although I think they might kind of come more into their own in the final, is the likes of Linas Volungevicius, Timofey Vladimirov, Alice Stolsermane as well. Those 3 are very, very quick. Stolsermane was fighting with Strel and Paimbre a couple of weeks ago, so expect to see her coming up the order. Again, I don't know how Stolsermane got on in the first race of the day. We were having some technical issues, so we missed it, but we were ready to go. Strel, Papp on the front row of the grid. Much better start this time around. And Papp looking to the outside. Can he hold on to second ahead of Paimbre? Yes, no, he won't. He goes onto the grass, and he ends up losing a little bit of time. That's actually going to allow Gudelevicius, I think, to get through, or Kaido Kivi, one of the 2. But it has been a clean start. No one has spun, no accidents to speak of, so that is very good news. But it is Tom Strel who leads from Fernando Paimbre. Now, in heat number 1, it was Strel who was able to just, Paimbre Tom Strel leads by 2/10 from Fernando Paimre. This time around, Paimre is able to with Strel. Wallström is up into 4th behind Kivi. Marcus Papp dropping down to 5th. Volungevic is up into 6th place. Vladimirov 8th. Stolzermane 9th. Sestakov's down to 7th as we've got to move further down the order. I'm not sure who that was. This is Wallström behind Kairo Kivi. He needs to make some quick work if he wants to close into the top 2. There's the 3-3-5, one of our Estonian drivers, presumably. That's Hans Markus Naruskas. 3 abreast into turn 1. Timothy Vladimirov in the light blue helmet being overtaken by Alice Stolzermane in the pink helmet. And following through, is that the 3-3-7? I'm not sure who that was. That might have been, was that Sestakos? 3-5-7 maybe? But a bit of a defensive, very defensive coming in from the driver at the front of this train, right in front of Timothy Vladimirov. Not Linus Volungevicius. Volungevicius has a blue suit. It's quite easy to spot. There is Volungevicius. Just behind the pair of them, we'll see the order when they come over the line. Wallström is up into 3rd place, and I think Kivi's about to get overtaken by Pap here. Stolzermane, though, is through ahead of Marta Spike. Marta Spike having a really good drive. Then it's Karlis Kirikovs, followed by Timothy Vladimirov. Linus Volungevicius from 6th down into 12th, so he's not had a good last couple of laps. He's actually lost over 3 seconds to the race leaders on that lap. 42.972 for Tom Strel, Paimre 43.0. Wallström 43.4, but he had a bit of overtaking to do on that lap. However, here are your 3 karts. That is the 333 of Marcus Papp at the front of this, with Kairo Kivi and Artyom Sesakovs behind. Sesakovs going to go up the inside of Kivi. But Kivi, with a very nice switchback, reclaims 5th position from Artyom Sestakovs. No moves heading down into turn 6. Still, though, half a second at the front of the field. Strel stretching out his lead, which is what we saw in race number 1. It wasn't much, but it was pretty much a 10th every single lap, is what Tom Strel was getting. He's done it again. He's gained another 600ths of a second as there goes. Sestakov's up the inside of Kivi once more. This time, no switchback for Kivi, as Kivi gives a little finger wag forward. Stolzermane, though, up into 7th. Started this race in 14th, making really good work, is Stolzermane. However, 1.3 seconds behind this duo of Sestakovs and Kivi is Stolzermane. Through turn 8 and 9 they go. 42.9 for Strel, over a 10th gained on Paimre that time round, and the gap is now 7/10 of a second. Strel just looks untouchable today. He's got the pace, he's got the consistency, and he's starting on pole for both heats, and at this rate for the final as well. Strel crosses the line to start lap number 10, 42.870, also 42.8 for Paimre and Wallström, and indeed for Marcus Papp. Fast lap though, Artyom Sestakovs with a 42.7. 2 minutes on the clock. Onto the start-finish straight again then. Lap number 11, 1:30 on the clock. 43.0 for Strel, 43.0 for Paimre, and indeed for Wallström. Fastest driver Artyom Sestakov with a 42.6. He's definitely closing in onto Marcus Papp there. You can see Papp at the front of this train of carts. Sorry, no, that's actually a little bit further down. That's Spike, Vladimir of Kirikov's, Torbal and Volungevicius. The battle for 10th position. Theodor Torbal in the 351. There is Artyom Sestakov's right behind Marcus Papp. Gap at the front of the field, 80 tenths between Strel and Paimre now. Sestakovs surely will find a way through on Papp. Where will he do it though? He won't have time to close in onto Wallström. Too far back to do it into the final corner this time around. So we'll sit behind as Tom Strel comes over the line. 42.934, another 10th gain defensive from Papp. Sestakovs looks to get the switchback out of the corner. Again, Papp will be going defensive. Sestakovs to the outside again, looking for switchback after switchback. He's got a good run. Can he cover off the inside? No, he can't. Papp holds on to the position. Maybe another switchback for Sestakovs incoming. Nope, sits behind. And Papp will surely be going defensive into turn 5. Not defensive enough for Sestakovs. Had a look. Had to get onto the brakes really hard to avoid contact. And that means that he's very far behind. And I don't think he'll have a chance to get past Marcus Papp on the next lap of this race. However, Tom Strel comes over the line, 42.9, another 10th gained over Paimre. Wallström also with the 42.9. Tom Strel has led every single centimetre of racing today. He was untouched in qualifying. A look over his shoulder. Don't worry, Toms. You've got a big lead behind you, over a second to Paimre. Fernando Paimre in his second year of senior racing. Not quite able to match the smoke of Tom Strel, who will come over the line to take another very, very emphatic victory over Paimre and Martin Wallström in third. Then it's Marcus Papp ahead of Artyom Sestakovs. Kairo Kivi in 6th with Alice Stolsermane in 7th. Then it's Marta Spike, Timothy Vladimirov and Karlis Kirikovs completing your top 10. Linas Volungevicius and Theodor Tobal in 11th and 12th with Kyle Kriston Tukru in 13th. Then it's Oliver Kerg, Albert Ingo, Artur Karo in 16th. Then comes Marius Karshauskas, Endrik Beets in 18th. Kaur Jesper Somets in 19th, ahead of Kevin Lenus in 20th. Ilya Sheremeta in 21st position, ahead of Jonas Liotkauskas in 22nd. Then it's Richard Keikulis ahead of Christian Jovain in 24th. Kaios Petkus in 25th, ahead of Normantes Arvasavicius in 26th. Rem Smits, Miro Koski and Hans Markus Naros in 29th. Dovydas Gudelevicius DNF in that race, and Gudelevicius a quick driver as well. So a shame for him, having started the race in 4th position. However, that brings all of our heats, our finals, to an end, depending on how you want to phrase it. Next will be our super finals, which will be starting at 2 p.m. local time, so 12 o'clock UK time. So we're going to be having a lunch break, and we'll be back in just under 50 minutes time. Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast. We are getting ready to get underway with our first final of the day. The Rotax Max Micro Maxes will be taking out to the circuit very, very shortly. A 9-minute heat, or I should say a 9-minute final with 1 lap to add on. The first of our 6 finals today at the Kandava's Kartodroms. And I'm hearing the engines being fired up, which can only mean one thing. It is time to head out on to circuit. And for these young lads, it will be their final time on the track for a couple of weeks, until we head into the next round of the Rotax Max Latvian Challenge, which will be on the 19th and 20th of June. Round number 3 at Madonna. I believe that's Alex Goldschmidt who will be your commentator for the event. I've been Yusuf Sahel. It's been a pleasure to bring some of the races today to you, and hopefully the remaining races. Hugo Kaubi and Jokubas Juozaitis are on the front row of the grid, with Timas Rimas and Oni Kangas on row number 2. Moving on to row number 3 is Domas Norkus and Karims Kukutis. And then heading on to row number 4 is Vilho Turtiainen and Rems Balodz Nagradov. Marko Klavins and David Vladson complete your top 10. And then completing the field is Rodrigo Lapins in 11th. Hugo Kaubi has been untouched so far today, and he'll be hoping that it's more of the same for this super final. They've had their green flag lap. Now they will eventually be getting up into 2x2 formation for the race start. Keep your eyes on the inside of the grid. Second tends to be a little bit weaker on the getaway, being on the outside into turn 1. So Timas Rimas might have a good opportunity. That's him in the 55 kart, the light green, the turquoise kart. How will he get away? Well, they've got into 2x2 formation on the exit of turn 5, so they've got 6, 7, 8 and 9 to get through before we can start this race. Jokubas Juozaitis starting in second. This has been his highest start, I think, of today. Let's see what he can do with starting slightly higher up the order. Karim Kukutis had a very good heat number 2. That's the driver in the Lightning McQueen kart. Well, we round the final corner to start the first super final of the day here at Kandava. We've gotten the power quite early. Green flag is not being waved, which means we are going to be restarting this one. Hopefully all of the drivers have recognized that the race has not started and it will be restarted. Exact same order. Our drivers were not properly bunched together in a 2x2 formation for the race start. Maybe Hugo Kalbi got onto the power a tiny bit too early. Now, I hope I'm not jinxing this, but this is only our second race restart of the day. Everyone has been very good. We've had some very clean race starts. Everyone following procedure very well. We've been able to stick to schedule incredibly well. And hopefully that does continue for these super finals. And it is Hugo Kalbi in the number 1 kart, the Finnish driver, who will lead the field. Jokubas Juozaitis, Timas Rimas, the 2 Lithuanian drivers, are surrounding him, with Oni Kangas, another Finnish driver, in 4th. The highest placed Latvian driver is Karim Kukutis, Mr. Lightning McQueen, starting from down in 6th place. So, through turn 8 we go once more. And attempt number 2 for the race start. Again, we've gone quite early, but I think we are fine. No, yellow flag is out once. So the red flag is out. So if 2 race starts are needed, they bring out a red flag just to have a chat with the drivers to remind them what the issue is. And there'll be a chat with Hugo Kalbi about being a little bit slower to get going, not in the power as early as it has been. There goes one of the race officials. Have a chat with Hugo. Tell him, this is what we need you to do. But presumably, might have a chat with Jokubas Juozaitis as well. About 2 seconds. And having a chat with someone at the fencing, which is presumably a representative from Hugo Kalbi's team, Kaido Kalbi. Hopefully this will get sorted quite soon. I think we were expecting to reach temperatures of about 20 degrees at this point of the day. You can see the explanation saying, right, you need to be nose to bumper, don't go too early. And one round, they start. So the next time they cross the line will be the race start. I think a chat with the driver in 3rd, just being told, make sure you stay on the bumper of Hugo, don't leave a big gap. Right, we are green. And away we... Well, I say we're green. We're green for the green flag lap, essentially, the formation lap. Formation lap number 3. So again, Hugo Kaubi and Jokubas Juozaitis on the front row of this grid. And there'll be a nice long formation lap because they've got side-by-side very early on. So here they come on the back straight. Hugo Kaubi, Jokubas Juozaitis on the front row of the grid. Keep your eyes out for Timas Rimas in that very nice green/bluey 55 car starting in 3rd position. Hugo Kaubi has been untouched today. Will he remain untouched in the super final? A much better and cleaner start. The green flag is waved. Away we go. Kaubi holds on to the lead. Rimas up into 2nd place. Not the start that Jokubas Juozaitis would have wanted. He's dropped down into 3rd, but he's going to fight straight back up the inside of Rimas into turn 3. Contact between the two of them. Not what they wanted, and they're nearly 4 abreast heading into turn number 4. This has all worked out perfectly for Hugo Kaubi as he stretches out a rather comfortable lead. Timas Rimas back up into 2nd, and Jokubas Juozaitis not in 3rd, down to 4th position as we've got a car who's gone off really wide. That's coming out of turn 5, so I wonder if there was some contact that had led to that particular incident. But Kaubi is leading, and Kaubi is clear at the front of the field from Timas Rimas. Jokubas Juozaitis down in 4th position, and I think it's Oni Kangas who is in 3rd. Has a little look to the inside. No, it's Domas Norkus who is in 3rd. So Domas Norkus is up into 3rd. Oni Kangas down into 6th, and it was Vilho Turtiainen who was our driver that we saw in the grass, stranded at turn 5. There's the next corner on the track that our drivers are about to head towards. But Timas Rimas holding on to 2nd for now, ahead of Domas Norkus as Hugo Kaubi. Will he be able to stretch from the rest of the field? It's going to be interesting to see how these drivers approach this race. Do they work together to try to hunt down Kaubi, or do they say, you know what, we can't catch him? Let's just focus on our own race, our battle for 2nd position. Kaubi over the line, a 49.787. Rimas, 49.732. They're quicker, not by a lot, but they are quicker. Domas Norkus, 49.701, so nearly a 10th quicker than Kaubi. If these guys work together, they can catch Hugo Kaubi, but that is not in Jokubas Juozaitis' dictionary. He goes up the inside of Domas Norkus, takes the position, and following through is the Latvian of Karins Kukutis, up into 4th position. And, well, let's see if he can get onto the back of Jokubas Juozaitis. The driver started on the front row of the grid alongside Hugo Kaubi, bumper to bumper between Kukutis and Norkus, coming out of turn 7, and these two have fallen back now from our drivers in 2nd and 3rd place. Over the line then once again, Hugo Kaubi. What is a lap? 49.521. Jokubas Juozaitis, 49.489. We've seen this before, where the driver at the front just is able to break clear. Fighting back, though, is Domas Norkus up the inside of Karins Kukutis. And right behind both of them is Oni Kangas, who started this race down in 4th position. Let's not forget, he's dropped down to 6th place, and he'll want to clamber his way back up the order. Lickety-split. Through turn 5 we go, nice and smooth. But it is a change for 2nd place. Timas Rimas has dropped behind Jokubas Juozaitis, so Juozaitis up into 2nd place. He does not want to work with anyone. He wants to lead the charge. He wants to say, I'm the quickest driver on circuit. You follow me, Timas. You push me along. And at the moment, it is Jokubas Juozaitis with the fast lap of the race. Speaking of fast lap of the race, here comes Hugo Kaubi over the line, 49.3, and it is indeed a new fast lap as back up the inside goes Timas Rimas. And Rimas is saying, well, Jokubas, if you don't want to work with me, I don't want to work with you. Let's fight for 2nd. And, well, Emilis, pardon me, not Emilis, Jokubas Juozaitis has lost a lot of time from that, and Hugo Kaubi has gained a lot of time. On that last lap, Kaubi gained 0.5 of a second. Half a second is what Hugo Kaubi gained, and I don't think anyone is going to be working together now. So Hugo Kaubi has been practically given this race on a silver platter, not to take anything away from him, because his pace is absolutely ridiculous. So Hugo Kaubi still has a lot to do to maintain that pace, but the fighting of Jokubas Juozaitis and Timas Rimas are certainly making things easier for the young Finnish driver. Over the line then, Hugo Kaubi, another 49.3, 49.5 for Timas Rimas. Wide goes Kukitis. I don't know if it was wise to do, presumably not. And Onni Kangas is not going to be able to take full advantage of that. Behind Kangas is Marko Klavins, who isn't too far behind. The second highest placed Latvian driver. Just behind him, running in the energy cart. We head down in towards the turn 6 and 7. Kaubi continues to lead from Rimas. Rimas is picking up the pace though, getting closer to those low 49s that we have seen from Hugo Kaubi. Onto the start-finish straight. Kaubi, 49.1. Great lap. 49.4 for Rimas, 49.2 from Juozaitis, and a 49.2 from Domas Norkus as well. So Hugo Kaubi showing that he's got the pace and showing that he's got the consistency as well. Timas Rimas is going to have a lot of work to do to hold on to this second place finish. Out of turn 5 he comes. And then down into the fast left-hander of turn 6 before sending it through turn 7. And then on to the start-finish straight once more. So we have started now lap number 8, 3 minutes on the clock, and we've got a three-way fight for second place. Juozaitis and Norkus have closed in on to Rimas. Fastest lap of the race, Domas Norkus, 49.057, almost eking his way into the 48, so really good pace. This from Domas Norkus in 4th position. No way through going into turn 6, he'll have to sit behind Jokubas Juozaitis. It is 3 Lithuanians vying for second place. As we head through turn 8 and into 9, and there is Lightning McQueen, Karims Kukitis, just ahead of Onni Kangas, holding him at bay for now. No attempted overtakes into turn 1 on this particular lap. Oh, wide from Kukitis, that will compromise him a little bit on exit. And for a second I thought Juozaitis was going to go for the move into turn 3. Kaubi, 49.2 last time round, 49.0 from Jokubas Juozaitis. Also a 49.0 from Domas Norkus as he improves on his personal best, which also was the fastest lap of the race. Oh, a little bit wide from Timas Rimas. That's going to make Juozaitis go to the outside. That's going to open up the door for Norkus to go up the inside maybe. No, decides better of it. Again, these three are just going to be staying nose to tail for quite a while. The 1 minute 40 on the clock, 1 minute 30 actually. Rimas continues to hold second place, but again he goes wide coming out of turn 1. That's going to invite pressure now from Juozaitis, and up the inside of both of them almost goes Domas Norkus. Norkus up into 3rd position, makes a move onto Juozaitis, not quite able to pull off the move onto Timas Rimas, but he'll happily take the move up into 3rd place. Now he can try to hunt down Rimas. The pace of Kaubi, Juozaitis and Norkus is really, really close. But again, it was all just decided on that opening lap of the race. Not the opening lap, the opening corner of the race, where Hugo Kaubi was gifted over a 1 second advantage. And from there, he has just managed that gap. He has extended that lead as well. Karims Kukitis still trying to keep Onni Kangas at bay. We'll see whether Timas Rimas goes wide again through turn 1. It looks like he might have gone a tiny bit wide. Is this going to invite a bit of pressure? Just a tiny bit from Domas Norkus. Search for a potential opening. But Timas Rimas was quick enough that Norkus couldn't go for the send into turn number 3. But Norcus is all over Rimas, who has to go a little bit defensive into 5. The 55 exits turn 5 rather well. But Norcus is not going anywhere. He's all over the back of him in that 6-7 cart. Wonder if he's a bit of a fan of that meme, the 6-7 meme. Thankfully for him, he's not running in P6 or P7, much higher up the order. Although Jokubas Juozaitis would very happily knock him off those podium spots. Well, it looks like a good run for Norcus. He's going to go to the inside, sends the move as well. Very cleanly done, and a little squeeze coming through as the two of them make contact. Rimas and Juozaitis just running side pod to side pod. Rimas drops down into P4. Juozaitis is up into 3rd place as he follows Norcus through. Norcus goes a little bit defensive into turn 4, which will allow Juozaitis just to close in a tiny bit. And speaking of closing in, look at Kukatis and Kangas. The pair of them have definitely closed up. Now, Timas Rimas, can he break clear? We are, however, on to the last lap of the race. Hugo Kalbi leads the way through the final corner, and there comes the move. Up the inside goes Juozaitis on the last corner of the last lap. Is that a checkered flag out? I think it is. It is indeed. Kalbi wins. Timas Rimas down to 4th, but what a final lap from Jokubas Juozaitis to take 2nd place ahead of Thomas Norcus. There was a lot of fist pumping going on in that quartet. Some very happy drivers and some rather upset drivers. But Jokubas Juozaitis reclaimed 2nd place at the very last corner. And look how happy Hugo Kalbi is. He has been fist pumping all day long. 2 heat wins and a final win as well. So, Kalbi wins from Juozaitis and Norcus. Timas Rimas in 4th ahead of Karim Kukutis and Oni Kangas in 5th and 6th respectively. Marko Klavins is in 7th ahead of Rems Balos Nagradovs in 8th, with Rodrigo Lapins and David Vladsons completing the field. And fastest lap, 48.996, Hugo Kalbi. So, Kalbi gets a clean sweep and we will be moving on to our Rotax Mini-Maxes. So on to circuit come our Mini Maxes. Well, we've seen some good racing from these a lot over the course of today. Let's run you through the grid. Emilis Kapkauskas and Carlis Bensons are on the front row, ahead of Martins Lapins and Remigius Kraushanas in 3rd and 4th place. Ivo Was and Jan Wozniak are on row number 3. Moving on to row number 4 is Taros Simnikas and Michelis Zuber in 8th. Completing our top 10 is Karl Korkekuhi, the Estonian, ahead of Dominik Dargis. And then moving on to row 6, Henri Slapse ahead of Nestori Turtiainen, the Finnish driver, starting in 12th place ahead of Martin Sarma and Ilis Mankonen. Now, Kapkauskas has started on pole for every single race today, but it has not been easy races for him. He didn't win the first one. That was won by Martins Lapins. He did win the second race, if I recall correctly. Carlis Bernsons has also been quick. You can never discount out Bernsons. Same for Lapins. Just a couple of weeks ago, it was Lapins who beat Bernsons to the victory here. Just had the edge over him. Remigius Kraushanas as well, another driver you must watch out for Remigius Kraushanas. Very, very quick driver. came third in the opening round of the Latvian RMC Championship here 2 weeks ago. Ivo Os came second in that. It was Martins Lappins who won. Carlis Bernsen's got a little bit caught up in the battles. You can always expect Carlis Bernsen to be involved in the battling no matter where it is out on circuit. Jan Wozniak as well, he's been quite quick. He's starting down in 6th place, is the Polish driver. We've seen Martins Lappins go from 2nd to 1st in turn 1, actually around the outside of Bernsen's. We'll see maybe whether Bernsen's can learn from what Lappins did to him a couple of weeks ago and pull off the same thing on Kapkauskas. This race could be decided on the first lap, depending on how aggressive everyone gets. We're racing, and that might be a jump start from Carlis Bernsen. Kapkauskas has been swallowed alive through turn 1. He's dropped from 1st down to 4th. No, 5th place. He might drop down to 6th place as well because he's got Ivo Wassel up his inside. Well, Lappins has gone through, Carlis Bernsen has gone through, and Kapkauskas has dropped down the order. Is that a jump start by Carlis Bernsen? I don't know. Normally, if you cross the timing line before the pole sitter, regardless of whether the light has gone green, you get a penalty, a jump start penalty, but the rules might be slightly different here. So again, I'm not 100% sure. We're just going to commentate on the race as it goes, and we'll leave the rest for the stewards to decide. But it is Carlis Bernsen who does lead this race from Martins Lappins directly behind him, and that looks to be the 199 of Remigius Kriaušinas. It is indeed. Jan Wozniak up into 4th, but your big loser, Emilis Kapkauskas, from 1st down into 5th position. He's got a lot of work to do, and Kriaušinas in 3rd. I actually think Kriaušinas might be my favourite for this race. He's got a habit of being a dark horse in these kind of events, and the Lithuanian driver is hot on the heels of Martins Lappins and Carlis Bernsen, the Latvian two, leading the field. Through turn 6 and 7 we go. Your top 4 practically nose to tail, dragging Ivo Os along with them. Ivo Os actually ahead of Emilis Kapkauskas, so I think Jan Wozniak has dropped back a little bit. Sorry, no, that is Jan Wozniak in the Lando Norris helmet, pardon me. Kriaušinas right there as well. Jan Wozniak has now closed in on to the back of Remigius Kriaušinas. Sorry, it is Ivo Os who's closed into Jan Wozniak. Pardon me. Ivo Os does have that Lando Norris helmet. It's Emilis Kapkauskas who is about half a second further behind. Well, Carlis Bernsen has been in this position before, but so has Martins Lappins. And Martins has a very good head on his shoulders when it comes to racecraft, and knowing when to go for the move, when to try to stretch clear, when to work with someone. Well, here might be a move almost from Jan Wozniak. He's managed to find a way through on Remigius Kriaušinas on that lap. And here comes a move from Martins Lappins up the inside of Carlis Bernsen. Bernsen gives him a little bit of a push coming out the corner. Jan Wozniak might try to get involved in this. He's gone to the outside, but that's opened up the door for Kriaušinas and Os to follow through. And now Kapkauskas has closed in. Here comes Carlis Bernsen. He's going to go for a move. There's got a bit of contact between them. Kriaušinas will get the drive, maybe up into 2nd. Here comes Ivo Os trying to get involved as well. Kapkauskas now on the inside, and Lappins dropped from 1st down into 5th place. He might drop into 6th place as well because Kapkauskas is eager to get past. Kapkauskas will be able to go past. So in just the same way that Emilis Kapkauskas went from 1st down into spring lap of the race, a very similar thing has happened for Martins Lappins, who briefly took the lead, but Carlis Bernsen's fought back physically and mentally to reclaim the lead of this race, now ahead of Remigius Kriaušinas with Ivo Os in 3rd position. Move up the inside from Jan Wozniak on Ivo Os. Ivo Os going for the switchback. The two of them are going to squeeze each other. Can Kapkauskas get involved in this? No. He almost runs into the back of Ivo Os, who has to get onto the brakes a little bit early in himself to avoid running into Jan Wozniak, who has now moved up into 3rd position. It's Latvia versus Lithuania at the front. Bernsen versus Kriaušinas. And then comes the pole of Jan Wozniak in 3rd position. Kapkauskas is right behind Ivo Os. Look how small Ivo Os is. He must be another driver who's just moved up from the Micro Maxes into the Mini Maxes. So great to see these young drivers who have just made the step up, still performing so well against drivers who have been in this category for a year or so. Bernsen starting to spread his wings and starting to try to pull clear of Kriaušinas. Look at Kriaušinas' neck through turn 5, one of the fastest corners on the circuit, and his neck just hangs off to the side. Kapkauskas searching for a way through on Os. Os will go defensive, no way through for Kapkauskas, who's going to try to push him coming out of 8 and 9 and help him close back into Jan Wozniak. Wozniak, though, has a couple of kart lengths over him, and Ivo Os has to go defensive to try to keep Kapkauskas at bay. Well, we're all lapping in the 46.6s, 46.7s. And there goes a move from Jan Wozniak up the inside of Remigius Kriaušinas. And Ivo Os still defending from Emilis Kapkauskas. The two of them are side by side. This could end badly as up the inside goes Lapins. Kapkauskas hangs it around the outside. And these three, as they battle, the top three continue to pull clear. Kapkauskas still ahead of Lapins. And I think Lapins getting as frustrated as Kapkauskas is behind Ivo Os because they're losing so much time to the leading three. 4.5 minutes on the clock, and they can't find a way through. Well, we knew coming into this race, one of these 6 would be your race winner, really. They've been the 6 that have been really fast all day long, and you could see any of them being able to win this race. Who out of these 6 will win it? Well, that is anyone's guess. At the moment, Jan Wozniak is putting up a really good charge. He started this at the back of those 6. He started down in 6th place, and he has eventually worked his way up to where he is now, up into 2nd, trying to hunt down Carlos Bernsen. Last time round, he took 3/10 out of Bernsen. However, Kriaušinas wants to fight this one back. He goes straight back up the inside of Jan Wozniak and says, I'm sorry, Jan, but I'm going to lead this charge. Wozniak, a little look over his shoulder. He wants to see the gap that he's got to Ivo Os before deciding whether he wants to battle or work with Remigius Kriaušinas. Last time round, well, actually, the pair of them were slower than Carlos Bernsen at the front. It's very rare that we have a race where Carlos Bernsen takes the lead and it's everyone else except for Carlos who are battling out on circuit. Ivo Os has really picked up the pace here and is closing in Jan Wozniak. He has completely dropped Emilis Kapkauskas and Martins Lapins. And, well, Kapkauskas and Lapins a few laps ago would have thought Ivo Os was a cork in the bottle. They would have thought Ivo Os was the driver holding them up, but not anymore. Ivo Os is leading the charge and is right up onto the chuff of Jan Wozniak as they make their way around the final corner to start lap number 10 of this race. 3 minutes on the clock, still plenty can happen. Remigius Kriaušinas last time round takes just 1/100th of a second out of Carlos Bernsen's, which is next to nothing, but your fastest driver on circuit, Ivo Os, 46.3, Emilis Kapkauskas 46.4. The pair of them are quicker than everyone else out on circuit, but we are starting to run out of laps. Carlos Bernsen is starting to get closer to that Minimax Super Final victory. Remigius Kriaušinas with Wozniak right behind him. Then comes Ivo Os as we head through the long sweeping left-hander of turn 8 once again. In through the kink of turn 9 and across the line to start lap number 11 of this race. Jan Wozniak not close enough to go for a move on Remigius Kriaušinas into turn 1. Kriaušinas though runs wide. Ivo Os can take advantage of this. No, not quite. Jan Wozniak is through. Kriaušinas has a little sniff up the inside. And Ivo Os gets a better run than Kriaušinas on the outside now. Again looking for switchback after switchback. Not going to be able to find it. And Emilis Kapkauskas has joined into the party as well. Surprisingly, Martins Lapins, the driver who won here 2 weekends ago, is unable to show that same pace that he did in that opening round of the championship. And indeed that he showed in the first round of this season. Also looking up the inside, Kapkauskas just going to slot in behind, just searching for an opportunity. However, Bernsen continues to lead. Look over the shoulder. Now he'll see his Jan Wozniak hunting him down. 1 minute 22 on the clock. 3 laps to go. Does Jan Wozniak? He needs to close in nearly 7/10 of a second. Well, 46.5 for Carlos Bernsen. The fastest lap we've seen so far is a 46.3. So as long as Bernsen keeps on putting in those lap times, the most you'd see Wozniak gain is maybe 2/10, maybe 3/10 at a stretch. It's going to be very difficult. And Ivo Os is the quickest driver on circuit, and he's not the one who's leading the charge up to Carlos Bernsen's Look over the shoulder from Os. The top three, Bensons, Wozniak and Kraushinas, as we have a spinner. That is the 115 of Martin Sarma. Over the line we come. 46.6 from Bensons, 46.5 for Wozniak, 46.4 for Kraushinas. Also a 0.4 for Ivo Os as well. It just looks like Kapkauskas Lapins, they have nothing left in them in this fight. Os has a lot left, but he's got quite a few carts between himself and Carlos Bensons. Jan Wozniak, I don't know if he can do this. 5 seconds on the clock, which means the next time round is going to be the last lap of the race. Defensive from Kraushinas, once again making sure that Ivo Os cannot slot up his inside. And here we go on to the last lap of the race. Carlos Bensons, look over the shoulder. He knows that he's got one hand on this race win. Another 46.5 for Carlos Bensons. Not putting a foot wrong. He might not have the fast lap of the race, but he has been ultra consistent. Half a second is the lead that Carlos Bensson has, and he exits turn 3. 5 more corners to go. Surely he has this. Kapkauskas, is he going for a move on Kraushinas? Yes, he is. Ivo Os has moved up into 3rd position. So Kraushinas from 3rd drops down into 5th place. But Carlos Bensons continues to lead. And Jan Wozniak might have closed in on this lap, but he's too little, too late. Carlos Bensons, he hasn't led a lot in today's events, but he will lead where it matters, across the line in the super final to take the checkered flag. Jan Wozniak, fist in the air, climbs 2nd position, and Ivo Os comes home in 3rd place with Emilis Kapkauskas in 4th, ahead of Remigius Kraushinas in 5th. Then it's Martins Lapins in 6th, with Ilis Mankonen in 7th. Michelis Zuber in 8th place, with Dominik Stargis in 9th, and Henris Lapse completing the top 10. Nestori Turstiainen in 11th, ahead of Tauras Zimnikas down in 12th. Karl Korgekuhi struggling a bit today, down in 13th place. And Martins Sarma in 14th to complete our field. Some excellent racing from our mini-maxes, and our next group out onto the circuit will be our Rotax Max DD2s, and that should be an excellent race. Edgar Zvilkans having that crash in race number 2 is going to see him starting down the order, and it's going to be very exciting to see what the likes of Axel Sarniala, Ragnar Vieras, Edgar Zvilkans can do. Well, our carts are out on to circuit. Ragnar Vieras and Joel Kasper Juepere on the front row of the grid. Romans Rodionovs, Axel Sarniala are on row 2. Big question is, where is Edgar Zvilkans? On row 3, starting behind Tonis Johannes Domingas, who is in 5th place. Row number 4, Noyes Gerolaitis and Andreas Opkaup on the 4th row of the grid. Devin Sagadi and Ricard Kansims are on row number 5. And Bruno Pelle and Roland Juris Sprude are on row number 6, with Aras Jankevicius and Rodrigo Frams completing the field. We're certainly in for a very, very good race. 14-minute race with 1 extra lap once the timer hits 0. Ragnar Vieras on pole. Mr. Kartletics with Joel Kasper Juepere making it an all-Estonian front row. Roman Rodionovs has been impressive so far this year. And Axel Sarniala, well, Sarniala was super fast in race 1 and indeed in race 2. can he put the challenge up to Ragnar Virus? Ragnar Virus, though, the only people who have been close to him on pace is Edgars Vilkans and Sarniala. Sarniala is in 4th, Vilkans is in 6th. Virus will be hoping that Juepere and Rodionos can act as a bit of a buffer. They're quick drivers, but Virus has had that slight advantage over them over the course of today. Watch that driver in 4th position, Axel Sarniala, on the outside of the grid. He's got Edgars Vilkans behind him. These two, they need to work together to hunt down Ragnar Virus. We are green, we are racing. It's a good start from the inside of the grid as round the outside. Try some of our drivers. Sarniala might actually, he goes over the rear wheel of another driver. However, thankfully, he doesn't end up in a tyre barrier. Ragnar Virus gets an excellent start and has a few kart lengths over the likes of Roman Rodionovs and Joel Kasper Juepere behind him. Actually, I think Rodionovs, where's Rodionovs fed out? He's actually fed out quite far down the order. I think that is him down in 5th or 6th place potentially. We'll confirm where everyone is when they come over the line. That is Tones Johannes Domingas, who has gained quite a few places. He started from 5th, so on the inside of the circuit was always going to be beneficial for him. Over the line comes Ragnar Virus. Edgars Vilkans from 6th position is up into 2nd place, with Joel Kasper Juepere up in 3rd place behind him. It is not the start that Axel Sarniala would have wanted. He's down to 8th, having started from 4th position. But Edgars Vilkans, well, at least we've got one driver up there to give the challenge to Ragnar Virus and please stop him from driving away into the distance. And he's dragging Joel Kasper Juepere along with him. So really good stuff from Juepere to be sticking with these top two. Here comes Vilkans. The racing has started. Vilkans to the front of the field ahead of Ragnar Virus. Now, we did see in heat number 1, when Vilkans led from Virus, he was able to pull out a rather comfortable lead. Will he be able to do the same thing here in the super final? It's looking like he might, because he's already stretched out a couple of kart lengths of an advantage. Axel Sarniala up into 7th place. He's in the 4-3-2 kart behind Andreas Obkau in 6th. So Noyes Gerolaitis has gained a position. He's up into 5th place. Devin Sagadi in 10th. He had an incident, if I remember correctly, in heat number 2. I'm just trying to clamber up, back up the order. Well, your top 3 cross the line. Edgars Vilkans, easily the quickest driver on circuit by nearly 0.2 of a second from Ragnar Virus. But this is a long race, and especially with how tyres get up to temperature, how tyres fall off, there is also an element of strategy. So just because you see a driver driving off at the start does not mean that they just have a flat-out pace advantage. There is an element of management to these races. Although that doesn't mean that we won't just see Edgars Vilkans driving off, because that is looking exactly like what he is about to do. As there is Axel Sarniala, the 4-3-2, searching for a way through on Noyes Gerolaitis. I think into turn he'll have an opportunity. He does to the outside, straight back over to the inside. On the brakes, beautifully done by Sarniala. Next up is going to be Tones Johannes Domingas. A little bit defensive from Sarniala to make sure there is no way back through for Gerolaitis. And now Spruder trying to get involved as well. Spruder, the driver in the yellow helmet with the yellow and white suit right behind him. The back straight, there you go. And on to the start-finish straight. Defensive now from Gerolaitis. Around the outside tries Spruder. Well, nose to tail for Spruder, who has got Gerolaitis right behind him. Sorry, Gerolaitis in front of him. He's got Kalnseems directly behind him. Kalnseems, who has been also quick today. Edgars Vilkans is just gone. His pace is electric at the front of the field. He's just taking 0.2 of a second out of Ragnar Virus. Does Ragnar Virus have any answer for this? Still searching for a way through is Spruder. And well, trying to sneak up the inside now is Kalnseems, and Kalnseems will go up the inside. And Gerolaitis continues to drop places. Romans Rodionos following through as well. Rodionos, who started this race on the second row of the grid, down to 9th, now back up into 8th place. Edgars Vilkans 42.2 once again. However, Ragnar Virus 42.314, same for Juepere, 319. Virus, Juepere just sitting together at the moment. Vilkans stretching clear. Will they have anything in the latter stages of this race? Onto the back straight once again. And move almost up the inside from one of our drivers. That was the 4.45, I think, of Nois Gerolaitis trying to get back through on Andres Aupkalp. So Rodionov 7th, back ahead of Rickard Kalnseems. And Kalnseems trying to go up the inside of the 407, contact between them. Oh, well, I think Kalnseems was far up the inside really to go for that move. I think it was Aupkalp on the outside who maybe just turned across him a bit too much. Well, we'll let the stewards have a look at that and decide, but from that one-time view, it did look like Kalnseems had safely made the move. Edgars Vilkans at the front, 42.1, 42.2 from Ragnar Virus, 1.6 seconds is the gap. Another 6 minutes, though, to go in this race. Axel Sarniala, 42.271. However, he's a further 2 and a bit seconds behind Juepere. There's a 4.21 and the 4.27. That's Rodrigo Frams and Aras Jankevicius battling. Jankevicius with the white bumper at the front of his car. A little bit of contact between them, as pushing his way through is Jankevicius. But Rodrigo Frams will stay firm and hold on to his position, P11 currently. There is the 444 of Devin Sagadi up into 8th place. He's got Perle and Gerolaitis behind him. Vilkans, though, still leading, still putting in low 42s, 42.2 last time round, another 10th gained over Ragnar Virus, nearly 2 seconds clear. Well, Ragnar Virus just looking phenomenal at the front. Five minutes on the clock. It's now or never for Ragnar Virus and Joel Kasper Juepere to start picking up the pace. Axel Sarniala further nearly 3 seconds behind those two. I don't think he's got really a hope of closing in for the podium spots. There you can see the pace chart for our drivers. Sagadi ahead of Perle and Gerolaitis. 4 minutes on the clock. And time starting to run out at the front of the field. 42.0 from Edgars Vilkans. New fast lap of the race. He takes 4/10 out of Virus and Juepere. That pace is not dropping from your race leader. The driver who won Heat 1 comfortably. He got spun out in Heat 2. Well, he had a DNF, whether it was his fault or whether someone hit him is, I guess, yet to be decided, or has been decided by the stewards, but I have not seen. Edgars Vilkans dominating here at Kandava. Possibly the most dominating driver of the day. We've not seen anyone have such a pace advantage that Edgars Vilkans is currently showing. Another 42.1, 3/10 quicker than Virus and Juepere. Axel Sarniala is matching the pace of Edgars Vilkans at the moment, which means he's closing in onto Joel Kasper Juepere. So the Finnish driver showing some really good pace at the moment as he hunts down the Estonian for third. Roman Rodionovs is also quite quick, 42.3. He's behind Spruder and Tormingas in the battle for 6th and 5th. There is Sarniala in the back of your shot, just about peering into view. And up the inside, nice move from the 4.56, Roman Rodionovs, up the inside of Roland Juris Spruder. These guys battling will presumably allow Bruno Perle and maybe even Devin Zagadi to close in. Edgars Vilkans another 42.0, 42.2 from Sarniala, gains another 2/10 on Juepere in third. But he's going to need more than that. Onto the start-finish straight once more, 42.1 for Vilkans. Sarniala also 42.1. He takes 3/10 out of Juepere. However, 1 minute 45 on the clock. I don't think Sarniala is going to be able to close in. I think he's just a couple of laps short. Axel Sarniala, if only he had started further up the order, maybe he could have challenged Edgars Vilkans. We knew that Vilkans, Vira, Sarniala were our quickest drivers. Juepere has, in fair play to him, he's pretty much been matching Virus. He's only a second behind him. But we knew it was those three. But Edgars Vilkans has just stepped head and shoulders above everyone else. And it's more than clear, just Edgars Vilkans has an unmatchable pace. Yes, Sarniala puts in a 42.1 every now and then, but Vilkans is doing it pretty much every single lap. Last time round, Sarniala 1.2 seconds behind Juepere. Again, another 2/10 gained by the Finnish driver. I think we've got 3 laps remaining, including this one. Edgars Vilkans is rounding the final corner as these drivers come onto the back straight. There is Edgars Vilkans. Edgars Vilkans through turn 1 as Virus Juepere come out of the final corner. Edgars Vilkans, fast lap of the race as well, 42.2 that time round. Sarniala also 42.2. Sarniala now 1 second behind Juepere. Well, the timer has hit 0, which means that we are starting the last lap of the race. And it is pretty much a parade lap for Edgars Vilkans. The last lap board is out. We've got a yellow flag at turn 1. I'm expecting to see a big celebration from Edgars Vilkans, you know, kind of stand up in your seat type celebration. Such is his lead. Another 42.1 from your race leader. 4 seconds clear of Ragnar Virus. Axel Sarniala now 6/10 behind Juepere. Well, Sarniala needed another lap, maybe another 2 laps. Edgars Vilkans onto the back straight. What a drive this has been from Edgars Vilkans today. His pace has been ridiculous. It has not dropped off one bit. And Edgars Vilkans takes the checkered flag ahead of Ragnar Virus and Joel Kasper Juepere in third, Axel Sarniala in fourth place. Romans Rodionovs will take fifth ahead of Roland Juris Sprude. Then comes Bruno Perle and Devin Sagadi in eighth. Noyes Gerolaitis and Aras Jankevicius complete the top 10. Rodrigo Frams in 11th ahead of Andreas Aupgaup, with Tonis Johannes Domingas dropping down the order to 13th place. He lost 8 seconds on the penultimate lap of the race, so that might be what the yellow flag was for. He was 2 laps down, so Domingas having some kind of issue, whether it was self-inflicted or not, we don't know. Also, Ricard's Callan Seams dropping down the order, so maybe Callan Seams and Domingas had a coming together of some sort. But that brings an end to our DD2 race. So we're going to be taking a short break, and we'll be back momentarily with our Rotax Max Junior Super Final. On to track we go for our Rotax Max Juniors. Our super penultimate race of the day. And starting on pole is Jack Collinson, ahead of Markus Jok in second. Nikita Lyubimov in third, ahead of Mikael Grantins in fourth. Emilis Jozaitis in fifth, ahead of Janet Saloranta in sixth place. Remy Rubin and Oskaras Pitkovas are in 7th and 8th. Marcel Popakul and Niklas Passi are 9th and 10th. Patrikas Josius and Kita Spike are 11th and 12th. Hugo Kimons and Juris Zigimante Stankevicius are 13th and 14th. Adam Six and Gustavs Narvais are 15th and 16th. Marks Kononovs is ahead of Klavs Hans. Henry Kadastik and Matvey Ponomarev are completing the top 20, with Timur Gajiev completing the field. Well, here is our field, and 2 drivers are trying to figure out who goes where. And they have sorted themselves out now. Well, Jack Collinson has been fantastic today, but Nikita Lyubimov has been maybe a bit quicker. Lyubimov has started from dead last in both heats. He had a third and a fifth, and now he starts from third. Jack Collinson, the master of defending, the master of racecraft. I've seen him one round, but that is enough to know just how good this driver is. Lyubimov, though, seems to be the master of overtaking and finds a space no matter where it is. It's an immovable force against an immovable object against an unstoppable force. We're racing and we are yellow flags. There we go. I didn't miss the race start. It's just that we have a full course yellow, well, a race restart. In England, it's the yellow flag with the green chevron. Over here, it's just the yellow flag out immediately. Oh no! What's going on there? Is that looks like a bent rear axle, I think, for the 221. That is Matvey Ponomarev. So he won't be making the race start. That is horrible, horrible news for you. Jack Collinson, Nikita Lyubimov. Collinson has gapped everyone today. But now with Lyubimov starting right behind him, this is going to be different. Lyubimov will likely be in second out of turn one, because inside of the grid. Marcus York has also been very fast as well. Let's not discount him. Emilis Juozaitis, quick driver too. I think Jack Collinson, we're going to have to see that defending coming out from very early on. Here we go, out of the final corner to start this race, the final junior race of the day. Green flag is waving, and it is a great start from Lyubimov. Not a great start from Marcus York, who's going to drop down into fourth position. York, the driver, in the very standout green helmet. Lyubimov, though, up into second and is on to the back of Jack Collinson immediately. Emilis Juozaitis has been able to follow through as well. He started this race from down in fifth position, and Juozaitis trying to have a move up the inside of Lyubimov, who covers him off a little bit too late, and the pair of them end up rubbing, and well, going airborne for a bit was Emilis Juozaitis. That's allowed Marcus York to close back in, and Jack Collinson has started to pull clear, and through has gone Emilis Juozaitis. So Lyubimov, we thought he was going to be really quick in this race because that was the pace that we saw from him in the two heats. But he has not shown that pace in the opening lap of this race. York trying to go up the inside. There was contact between them on the braking zone. Lyubimov from third up to second and then down to third and now down into fourth position. So Nikita Lyubimov not having a good start to this super final. And he needs to be careful because he's going to be coming under a little bit of pressure from Jannet Saloranta directly behind him as well. Then it's the likes of Remy Rubin, Oskaras Pitkovas and Mikkel Grantins who are just behind. Jack Collinson has got a good start and is streaking clear at the front of the field. Here comes a potential move. Nope. I thought we were going to see a move for fifth place, but no, not quite. Well, Marcus York up into third place, as we mentioned before. And Jannet Saloranta trying to keep Mikkel Grantins at bay. Grantins, though, going up the inside is the 2-3-3, and Mikkel Grantins up into position. However, at the front of the field, you can see the gap that Jack Collinson does have. The 2-1-3 of Jannet Saloranta trying to come back at Grantins, and Grantins going straight back up the inside. And these guys are just battling tooth and nail. Sorry, that's Oskaras Pitkovas. I beg your pardon. So Pitkovas and Saloranta trading positions. And here comes Marcus York going up the inside of Emilis Juozaitis. And now it is going to be York who leads the charge up to Jack Collinson. Jack Collinson led by just under a second as they started this lap. 45.1 for Collinson, Juozaitis 45.1, York 44.9. So the pace is quite even, but there is a big gap that needs to be whittled away by either York, Lyubimov, Juozaitis, or even the Mikkel Grantins, who is right onto the chuff of Nikita Lyubimov and picked up the fast lap of the race, a 44.905. Can these four work together? Well, Marcus York has already gapped Emilius Juozaitis. 44.7 for Marcus Jolk, matched by Mikael Grantin's 44.7. So he's taken 2/10 out of Jack Collinson. The gap is down to 0.8 of a second as Stop is at 4.4. The driver looks okay. A little bit shaken, maybe. That was Marcel Popakul. So shame for Marcel. If I remember rightly, he had a couple of good results in his heat. Lyubimov under pressure from Mikael Grantins. Yellow flag out, so no way through for Mikael Grantins into this final corner. Now, there is a yellow flag out, so hopefully these drivers don't push too much in that yellow flag zone. Over the line, 44.8 for Jack Collinson, 44.6 for Marcus Jolk. So, new fastest lap of the race. Yellow flag or not, Jolk is definitely pushing. And the gap is down to 0.6 of a second. However, for Juozaitis, Lyubimov, 44.9s. And there goes Grantins up the inside of Lyubimov. I wonder if Lyubimov has just destroyed his tyres in the two heats and doesn't have anything left to fight with, because this is not the same pace that we saw from Nikita in the heats, because Nikita was closing in up to everyone in our two heats earlier on today, but he just does not have that pace, the same pace here in this super final. Certainly a shame for Nikita. Through turn one, 45.0 for Collinson, 44.9 for Jolk and Juozaitis. The gap continues to come down, now 0.4 of a second. Long way to go, 7 minutes. We have seen, well, some crazy ends to races in our Rotax juniors, Rotax seniors as well. So do not count anything out. Grantins is on to the back of Juozaitis. Grantins looking to the inside, but Juozaitis has it covered. So there you can see Marcus Jolk has closed in onto Collinson. 44.5 for Marcus Jolk. He's taken nearly 0.3 out of Jack Collinson on that lap. And Jack Collinson is about to start making that junior kart very, very wide. Grantins still searching for a way through on Juozaitis. However, once the top two start battling, I have a feeling these three are going to close in very, very quickly. Through turn one, Marcus Jolk, 44.6. He actually lost half a tenth to Jack Collinson on that lap. Collinson's just putting in a 44.5 of his own. Grantins 44.5 too. So these top five are all lapping at around the same pace, 44.5s and 44.6s for all five of them. And into turn five we go. You can see the slightly different lines being taken by Emilius Juozaitis and Mikael Grantins as I head through turn 7 and 8 once again. Grantins all over the back of Emilius Juozaitis. Let's see the pace this time round. Jack Collinson 44.4, Jolk also a 44.4, but Juozaitis puts in a 44.3, as does Mikael Grantins. The pace continues to drop. And we continue to get faster and faster. Lyubimov being left behind, 44.6 last time round for Nikita. Again, Grantins not able to get through. I think he's just content with working with Juozaitis here and trying to push him along to close in onto the top two. There's a long race ahead. You don't want to destroy your tyres. You don't want to cost yourselves too much time fighting for third. And what you really care about is the race win. Jack Collinson over the line, 44.368. Marcus Jolk also a 44.368. But this time around, Nikita Lyubimov, 44.338. Is actually Patrick Asiosias, the fastest driver on circuit, with a 44.311. Now Patrick is starting to improve, and there, that is Mikael Grantins, who is through on Emilius Juozaitis. So there's a change for third place, and now Mikael Grantins can lead the charge, but he's gone a little bit wide. And that's going to allow Emilis Jozaitis back through. Lyubimov has closed in onto the pair of them. Collinson and Yolk are gone. They're right up ahead on the straight. And a big gap. Defensive from Grantins. And this is good news for the top two. 44.3, 44.2 up at the front of the field. Lyubimov tries to go up the inside a little bit late on Jozaitis. That's going to cost a pair of them a bit of time. Now the gap from second to third is 2.3 seconds. And we've not seen the defensive masterclass from Jack Collinson yet. Can Marcus Yolk put up a challenge to Jack Collinson? Because Jack Collinson hasn't even had to start defending yet. Marcus Yolk might be waiting for a little bit later. It's Latvia, from Estonia, from Lithuania, from Norway. Those are your top four. 44.2 from your top two. In a class of their own, they've pulled another, well, 3/10 to Jozaitis behind. Less than 3 minutes to go in this race. And start finish straight, there you go. Still Collinson from Yolk, 44.1 for Jack Collinson, 44.2 from Marcus Yolk. These two just continuing to trade times, pushing each other further and further. But Jack Collinson driving fantastically. On the brakes and through 7. Yolk trying everything he can just to stay within touching distance. Well, he closed into Jack Collinson really well, but he just can't get right behind him. Don't know if he's getting a bit of air or wash. Not close enough on the brakes into 1. 44.1 from both of these two. Marcus Yolk is starting to run out of time. He needs to get a move on. He's only got about 3 laps remaining of this race. Actually, it's going to be close. They might get another lap. Yeah, Jack Collinson has just kept his head down and has not had to worry about anything. Oh, a little bit off through the final corner. Marcus Yolk, this is closer than he's ever been. Collinson has to go defensive. Yolk looks to the outside. No way through. Jack Collinson doesn't go for the park on the apex strategy this time round, and Collinson forced to go defensive. One tiny mistake from Collinson, and now he's going to be on the defensive, possibly to the end of the race. He's the door open. Marcus Yolk goes up the inside. Collinson tries to hang it around the outside. Through goes Marcus Yolk with 30 seconds on the clock. Collinson looks to the outside. No way through into turn 5. Marcus Yolk has been pushing. He's been patient, and now he's leading. Oh, really good exit from Collinson, but he's got nowhere to go except for the back of Marcus Yolk to the outside, but again, nowhere through. This was a curve that spat him a little bit wide. And, well, he'll stay off the curb that time. Defensive from Yolk. Collinson to the outside. Does he go and sweep round the outside or go for the switchback? Well, he's looking for the switchback. He's looking for the drive. We've got 2 laps left in this race. Yolk, again, goes defensive. Has to go defensive as well into turn 3. Sorry, into turn 4, pardon me. And Collinson still searching for a way through. Again, Yolk defensive on the run up towards turn 5. Makes sure that Jack Collinson stays on his outside. Again, it's a good run from Collinson. We've seen overtakes here into this right-hander from Lyubimov, but not from Jack Collinson. He's forced to sit behind, and closing in is now Emilis Jozaitis. These two lost over a second on the last lap. We're heading on to the last lap of the race. Jack Collinson too far back into turn 1 to go for a move. Forced to sit behind, maybe a little bit wide there from Marcus Yolk. Yolk will go defensive. Collinson goes even tighter, looks to the inside. There's a tiny bit of contact. Through goes Jozaitis and Grantins as well. Well, it's almost a repeat of what happened 2 weeks ago. Collinson fighting for the win. and ends up throwing away first and second. You can't blame him for going for the move. Was it his fault? Was it Marcus Yoke's fault? It doesn't matter, because leading the race is once again going to be Emilius Uazaitis, who picks up the pieces in the junior category, almost identical to what happened 2 weeks ago. Emilius Uazaitis takes the checkered flag. Marcus Yoke, arm in the air in frustration, but it is Emilius Uazaitis who wins from Mikkel Grantins Jansen in third, Marcus Yoke in fourth, and Nikita Lyubimov in fifth position. A fast lap of the race went to Patrikas Josias in sixth place. Wow. Well, we did say we'd get something entertaining at the end of this race. And that is exactly what happened. Oskaras Pitkovas is in seventh, ahead of Janette Saloranta in eighth. Then comes Nicholas Pasi, Joris Sigemantas Stankevicius in 10th. Klaus Hans, Kita Spike, Gustav Narvais in 13th. Then it's Adam Six in 14th, ahead of Hugo Kimons, Henry Kadastik, Remy Rubin, Marks Kononovs, and Timur Gadzhiev in 19th, with DNS for Marcel Popakul and Matvey Ponomarev. So with that, we are going to take a little break before we return with our DD2 Masters. Onto track we go for our Masters. Well, we've had some really good racing today, and it will be Mikolas Marginas and Martins Rollis on the front row of the grid. Ricard Kalnsiems and Rudis Klavins are on row 2. Row 3 is Juris Zalitis and Ivers Us. Pritsei and Eke Nurm are on row 4, with Karmo Hurm and Martin Sild on row number 5. Armand Kanks and Argo Tam are on row number 6. And Heigo Hummel is in 13th place. This is going to be a very interesting race because some of our quickest drivers aren't at the very front of the field. Not to take anything away from Mikolas Marginas because he has been very quick today, but the quickest two drivers in terms of pure pace has been Ricard Kalnsiems, who's starting in 3rd, and Pritsei, who is in 7th. Pritsei had a DNF in his earlier race today. He's got a lot of work to do, starting from the 4th row of the grid. So, freshly cut grass. I've actually got to do a bit of grass cutting later today. Hopefully none of these drivers will be doing any grass cutting and they'll stay firmly on the tarmac. Mikolas Marginas, Martin Rollis on the front row of the grid. But watch out for Pritsei on the 4th row on the left in the yellow helmet with a blue suit. Him and Ricard Kalinsims. Kalinsims who's starting in 3rd, right behind your pole sitter, Mikolas Mažinas. Martins Rollis has also been very fast today. Anyway, we are green, we are racing. It's a good start for Mažinas. Pritsei nowhere to go into turn 1. He's going to hold it tight and try to get the drive coming out of the corner. And now up the inside into turn 4, turn 3. Can't quite make it work, but the top 3 have started to pull out a gap at the front of the field. So very good news for them. But it is Mažinas who leads from Kalinsims and Rollis in 3rd place as they go through 6 and into 7. Reminder that after this we have one more race, which is our Rotax Max Senior Super Final. Into turn 1 we go. Nice and late on the brakes from Kalinsims as he takes the lead of the race. This is exactly what Pritsei did not want to happen. Mikolas Mažinas, can he fight this back? I think Pritsei has gained 1 position. Pritsei in 6th place still, unable to make any more work up through the order. Martins Rollis is ahead of him. Mikolas Mažinas just about a car length behind Ricard Kalinsims. A little bit wide there from Pritsei. So Kalinsims from Mažinas, from Klavins 1, 2 and 3. Then it's Zalitis in 4th position. Long way to go in this race, 12 minutes left. And here comes the move from Rudis Klavins up the inside, goes a little bit wide on corner exit. Mikolas Mažinas going for the switchback, backs out of the move into turn 6. And it'll be a clean run for Klavins through turn 7 as a result. Elitis. Oh, very slow Mikolas Mažinas on the apex curb. I think he just went over the curb and it really just killed all of the speed from his kart. Pritsei is up into 5th place. He's found a way through on Ivers Us and Martins Rollis. They've still got a lot more moves to do. Ricard Kalinsims now leading this race by nearly a second, 43.2 at the front of the field. This is what we thought might happen in Heat 2 when we saw that Kalinsims would be starting ahead of Pritsei. When Pritsei had that DNF, we wondered if Pritsei would be starting too far back and if Kalinsims could just take full advantage of it. Nice move up the inside. And that was Martins Rollis going up the inside of Ivers Us. Ivers Us has lost a lot of time out of that. Here's Pritsei right behind Juris Zalitis. Is it a good enough run to have a go into turn 5? I think he's too far back. Indeed he is. Maybe into turn 1 next time round. Bit of contact between the pair of them. Pritsei's now lost a lot of time from that bit of contact. I think Pritsei is just getting in his own head. He's a bit too desperate to make these moves and trying to force them rather than waiting for them to come to him a little bit. 43.1 at the front of the field. Ricard Kalinsims leading. And there goes Say up the inside and up into 4th position. Podium still well on the cards. Mikolas Mažinas only a couple of tenths up the road. Rudis Klavins maybe too far gone at this point. And you can see just how much quicker Pritsei is now that he's got clean air. Pritsei 43.2. He's matched Kalinsims despite having to make an overtake on that lap. There is no doubt that Pritsei has a lot of pace, but again, he's just been stuck trying to work his way through the field, due to that DNF he had in Heat 2. Right, Pritzay, he's closing in as we've got a spinner. That is the 509. That's Seems our race leader is off. Now, that is a really bizarre place to lose it. Pritzay up the inside of Mikolas Mažinas. So, it is now Rudis Klavins who leads, and Pritzay is on the hunt with 9 minutes to go. Our race leader, the former race leader who looked like he had it in the bag, Rikard Seems, is out. And it's happened in a really bizarre place. It's happened coming out of turn 7, which makes me think that he's had a mechanical failure of some sort. But his cart's also facing in the wrong direction. So, oh, it's not. I think he's run out of juice going into turn 6, and he's just pulled off to the side and stopped it in the grass. Oh, Rikard Seems, well, he had that incident in heat number 1. He won heat number 2. And now in heat number 3, something's happened that is probably out of his control. Maybe it's a chain that's come off. Puncture, possibly. Chain or puncture tends to be the two things in a go-kart that would bring you to a standstill. Pritzay, though, he's got a lot of work to do. He's got a 2-second deficit to close in over, 10 laps? So he needs to be constantly gaining about 0.2 a lap on Rudis Klavins. Pritzay has been handed an opportunity and a half here. 43.0 for Klavins. 42.8 for Pritzay. Well, it was a fast lap of the race for Klavins, but it was then immediately blown away by 0.2 of a second by Pritzay. Klavins and Pritzay both know exactly what is at stake. Klavins would have seen Seems coming to a stop and would have realized immediately at that point that he has an incredible chance here to take a victory. And I think with a victory would be a ticket to the RMC Grand Finals as well. But he needs to keep his composure and he needs to stay fast. 43.1 for Klavins. That's not going to cut it because it's a 42.9 for Pritzay. Another 0.2 gain. The gap is 1.6 seconds. And if Pritzay keeps on taking 0.2 of a second out of Klavins, we're going to have a final lap showdown between these two drivers. Pritzay needs to stay in the 42s. Klavins needs to be doing 43 deads. Pritzay cannot be putting a foot wrong in this race. He needs to hook up every single corner. As does Rudis Klavins for that matter. Klavins then will come over the line. 43.100, 42.747 for Pritzay. He takes 3.5 out of Klavins on that lap. And well, he's somewhat dragging along Mikolas Mažinas along with him, who's just done his personal best of a 42.981. I think Pritzay is going to close in. And I think as he closes in, I think Rudis Klavins might just have the pressure start to mount on him a bit. I think every time he looks over his shoulder and sees Pritzay being closer and closer, he might just start to make a couple more mistakes. Not big mistakes, just tiny mistakes. He might start to get it in his own head. Hope for his sake that he doesn't. Right, over the start-finish line, Klavins 43.179, Pritzay 42.765, another 0.4 gained. The gap is 0.8 of a second. 2 more laps like that and he'll be right on his chuff. Also important to mention, Mikolas Mažinas 42.891. So Mažinas has taken 0.3 out of Klavins. Mikolas Mažinas is not out of this just yet. You can definitely see a situation where Klavins and Say battle and through could go Mažinas. We saw it with Jack Collinson earlier today with I forget his name, with Marcus, and that gave Marcus Jolk, Collinson and Jolk having their coming together, which gave Emilis Juozaitis the win pretty much as it did 2 weeks ago. And those two are not going to be best friends. It cost, both of them, not only a first, but a second as well. Such is the way of racing. Sometimes you only care about winning and nothing else. 43.1 from Clavins that time round, 42.9 from Say. The gap is 0.6 of a second, and I think Say knows that he's reeled him in. He doesn't have to drive crazy now to bring this gap down. He'll have the tow. He just needs to make sure he keeps those tyres cool, in good condition for those final couple of laps. .43.0 personal best for Clavins, but it doesn't matter because Pritsay's just done a 42.785. So another 2.5 tenths gained from Pritsay. The gap is now 0.4 of a second. Well, if Cal Seams was still in this race, Cal Seams would presumably be another second up the road. You've got to feel bad for Ricard Cal Seams. Here we go, into the final couple of corners. We're going to cross the line with just over 3 minutes remaining. That's got to be a good 5 laps. 43.0 for Clavins, 42.9 for Pritsay. He's definitely in the dirty air now, and we'll be getting a little amount of that aero wash. Now, how does Clavins approach this? Surely he goes defensive. He'll know that Say is right behind him. The driver who won heat number 1 in dominant fashion. Clavins must defend. If he leaves the door open and Say goes through, Say will probably just clear him and gap him. And I think Rudis Clavins will be having a long drive home, kicking himself as to why he left the door open. And there goes Say up the inside. It's a late move, it's an aggressive move. He makes it work as well. And he's done it, I think, just before Clavins really realised that Say was close enough to fight for the lead. Now, what does Pritsay do? Does he defend? Does he gap? I think if you're Pritsay, you've got to try to extend this lead now. He's got the pace. He was pulling 0.3 a lap, or closing in by 0.3 a lap on Clavins. Now that he's ahead, he surely should be able to pull at least a couple of tenths. Even if it's 0.1 a lap, that should be enough. Nicolas Maginas has been closing in, and he'll be fuming with Nicolas Maginas that Rudis Clavins didn't hold up Pritsay for a bit longer, didn't defend for a couple more corners. Pritsay is gone. He's already pulled out a gap. Nicolas Maginas is putting in some good times of 42.9, but will it be good enough? I don't think it will be. Now that Pritsay has some clean air of his own to work in once again. Pritsay onto the back straight. 1 minute 10 on the clock. Here comes Nicolas Maginas. Clavins goes defensive, and that's all about the battle for second. Martins Rollis will be closing in as well. Which way does Rollis go? Well, defensive from Clavins. Maginas can't go for it, breaking from the middle of the circuit, bit of contact going through turn 1, and now closing in is Ivers Us as well. Us going to send it up the inside, beautiful move from Us up the inside of Rollis. Pritsay already back into the 42, so 42.877, over a second gained on this duet, now a triplet, now a quartet, and now a quintet, because Yuri Salitis has caught up as well. And it's a further 5.5 seconds back to Eke Nurm. 20 on the clock, 2 laps to go. As we come on to start finish straight, Rudis Clavins still leading the way, another 42.8 from Pritsay. And wide goes Maginas, that's going to open up the door. 5 saw a bit of contact, but he stays focused in the right direction, and up the inside goes Zelitis on Martins Rollis. So Zelitis in the white suit and white helmet is through. Is that silver helmet? Same thing. But Pritsay is gone. Well, deserving victor. He's driven very well in this race. It's just a shame that Cal Seams wasn't there and we couldn't see the battle between Say and Cal Seams. Every single race today, one of them has had a DNF or an incident of some sort. We just unfortunately been somewhat robbed of seeing what could have been an excellent battle for the DD2 Masters victory. Nice move up the inside by Zelitis on Nicolas Maginas. Now going defensive, Majina's going to try to fight back up the inside, can't make it work. Roll is trying to get involved as well now with a switchback coming out of turn 3. Up the inside into 4, backs out of the move. That would have ended in disaster. But Pritse is just about 4 corners away from taking the super final victory. What a drive it has been from Pritse. He has pulled a huge gap to the drivers behind him. Rudis Klavins will hold on to second place. Mikolas Majina's dropping down to 4th place in the end. There's the checker flag. Pritse takes the victory. Rudis Klavins in second place ahead of Ivers Us. Then comes Juris Zalitis and Mikolas Majinas with Martins Rollis in 6th place. Eke Norm takes 7th ahead of Armand Kanks in 8th position. Then is Karmo Hurm in 9th with Martin Sild in 10th place. Argo Tam was a lap down, as was... Heigo Hummel overtaking Argo Tam on the last lap, half a second between those two. And your only DNF was Ricard Callenseams, your winner from heat number 2. We have one final race remaining today, which is our Rotax Max Senior. So we're going to take a short break, and we will return momentarily with that final race of the day. You do not want to miss it. The engines are being fired up for our senior karts, and it will be Tom Stadell, Fernando Paimra at the front of the grid. These two have had some battles, not just last year, this year as well. Should be in for a very good race. Now I know why Tom Stadell has been confusing me. He doesn't have the Latvian suit out. It's the Tony Kart suit that he is wearing. I'm used to seeing him in his Latvian colours. This is going to be a really, really good race. It always is the super finals for the Rotax Senior Max. Tom Strel and Fernando Paimra are on the front row of the grid. Row 2, last time's winner Artyom Sesakovs and Kaspar Kiskuela. Row 3, Martin Wallström and Robin Shemet in 5th and 6th place. Then it's Kairo Kivi and Alice Stolsermane on row number 4. And completing the top 10, Marta Spike and Timothy Vladimirov. Maria Spike. Marta Spike having a very good day so far. Karlis Kirikovs and Matas Balshus are on row 6. Then we've got Oliver Kerg, Linus Volungevicius, who came second in the opening round of the Latvian Challenge, down in 14th place. Adrian Stions and Marius Karshauskas are on row number 8. On to row 9 is Kyle Kriston Turkru and Albert Ingo. Hendrik Pietz and Rafael Zernaska complete your top 20. It's a very big grid for this race. Laurin Nasser, Karalevicius and Marcus Papp are on row 11. Marcus Papp, very quick driver, as is Laurin Nasser. And Dovydas Gudelevicius down in 23rd. He'll make some big moves. Romet Pakas is in 24th. Then it's Theodor Tobal and Elizabeth Sulce in 25th and 26th. Arta Karo and Ginas Rimkus are 27th and 28th. And completing our top 30 is Kristen Hjovain and Ilya Sheremeta in 30th. Jonas Liotkauskas and Normantas Arvesavicius are 31st and 32nd. We are ready to go racing. Honestly, there's so many people that you could see winning this. Raw pace alone, Tom Starel has been untouched today. Paimre needs a great start. Artyom Sestakov, we saw what he could do in a final despite not doing well in the heats a couple of weekends ago. Maybe he can do the same again here today. We're green, we are racing. The green flag is out. It's a great start from the inside of the grid. Sestakov straight up into second. Wallström will follow through as well up into third. Paimre drops down the field into 5th position and is now coming under pressure from Shemet. Maybe big crash further down the order. Everyone looks to be okay. The carts, I don't think they're okay though. That might be a yellow flag. It might be a red flag depending on how long it takes for these cars. I've seen an X being shown as the officials, the drivers are really quickly trying to get back into their carts and back out onto circuit. It was a collision at turn 3. And, well, our drivers are about to start lap number 2. So if it has to be a yellow flag or, well, maybe even red flag, that needs to come out very soon. The yellow flag is out, no red flag for this incident. Tom Strel leads by 3/10 from Artyom Sestakov. Then comes Martin Wallström, Kairo Kivi, Fernando Paimre, Kaspar Kiskuela is just behind. And there are those carts that have been pulled to the side. Actually, it's on the exit of turn 2 that the incident has occurred. Strel leads from Sestakov. Then comes Wallström. Kivi has actually overtaken Paimre as well. So Kairo Kivi up into 4th position. Paimre struggling in the opening stages of this race. And Kaspar Kiskuela in 6th ahead of Marta Spike. Marta Spike driving really well. Much higher up the order than where I'm used to seeing Marta. Usually Marta's a little bit further down. So this is really impressive to see from Marta Spike. So our drivers are having a little chat with each other to try to figure out what happened. I'm sure one driver blaming another driver and the other driver saying, look, there wasn't anything I could do. I got hit by this other driver. Fastest lap of the race, I think, was actually Marta Spike that time around with a 43.916. So Marta absolutely flying. Timothy Vladimirov up to 8th. He's another driver who did very well in the super finals a couple of weekends ago, despite not having done well in the heat, in the finals. So keep your eyes out for him. Linus Volungevicius in 10th, another driver who knows how to really bring up the heat in the super final. There he is in the dark blue suit. But Artyom Sestakov's closing in onto Tom Strel. Last time it was Linus Volungevicius who took the lead from, I think it was Tom Strel. And then when those two and Paimre battled, Sestakovs came through and ended up taking the victory from Volungevicius. With, I think it was Paimre in 3rd, I think. Dropping down the order was someone else. No, sorry, it was Marcus Papp in 2nd, then it was Volungevicius in 3rd. Strel and Paimre dropped down the order due to their bickering out on circuit. But now it's Tom Strel who leads from Artyom Sestakov's 43.4 last time round for Sestakov. So let's see this time around. Tom Strel 43.3, also 43.3 from Artyom Sestakov's. 0.4s, 0.5s further down the field. So not much to separate these drivers in terms of raw pace. I think our yellow flags are gone as well. So we're back to full racing speed with 11 minutes on the clock when our drivers came over the start-finish line, give or take. Tom Strel overtaken now by Sestakov. I looked over to the timing for a second, and the next thing I knew, Artyom Sestakov is leading the race. Fernando Paimre right behind Kairo Kivi. He needs to get a move on, and he's going for it now. Kivi points forward, and Paimre says, "Oh, you mean I should go past you?" Yeah, sure. Not what I think Kairo Kivi was trying to gesticulate there, but Fernando Paimre will take the position. Now he needs to get his head down and start hunting down the top three. Sestakov leads from Strel and Wallström. Wallström looking quick. Fast lap the last time round was a 43.2 from Martin Wallström. So Sestakov's leading, and Strel is falling backwards here. Not by a lot, but Sestakov is clearly pulling out a bit of a lead. Paimre has pulled out a bit of a gap to Kairo Kivi as well. Paimre at 43.1. The only driver faster than him that time round really was Artyom Sestakov's. Timothy Vladimirov as well, also very fast with a 43.1. Vladimirov, again, knows how to pick up the pace heading into a super final. Keep your eyes out to see what Vladimirov can do in this race. I think he's at the back end of this train of karts that's just coming through your shot now. But Artyom Sestakov's 43.0. Tom Strel in qualifying did a 43.2, which he called a superhero lap. But it looks like these tyres are getting into a better working window currently than what they were able to do in qualifying. Over the line we go to start a new lap. Sorry, it was a 42.2 was Tom Strel's qualifying lap that got pole. So we're still a bit off that, 7/10 off it. Artyom Sestakov's is, well, he's getting closer and closer to it with every passing lap. Maybe we'll see a 42.5 towards the end of this race. But Paimre is definitely closing in now on Martin Wallström. Artyom Sestakov's 42.8, 42.8 for Strel. Wallström falling off a bit, 43.0. Paimre also 42.8. It seems like 42.8 is the lap time of choice at the moment. Paimre and Strel doing a good job to match this really quick pace from Artyom Sestakov at the front of the field. Timothy Vladimirov up into 7th place. Now he has Kasper Kiskuela to overtake. And there is Paimre. Really closing in onto Wallström. And Strel closing in onto Sestakov's. Well, actually, he lost 300ths on that lap, but it looks like he lost a lot more time. And just behind Paimre is Kairo Kivi. Kairo Kivi putting in some decent times of his own. I think Paimre is getting to the point where he's going to start getting a bit of error wash behind Martin Wallström. Well, 42.8 for Sestakov's, 42.9 from Strel, 42.9 for Wallström, 43.0 for Paimre. Sestakov's really starting to stretch a lead. And onto the back straight once more. We're going to cross the line with about 6 minutes to go. 6/10 is the gap at the front of the field. Tom Strel, who has been nigh on untouchable today, is, well, being gapped by Artyom Sestakov. Fernando Paimre needs to make a way through on Martin Wallström because he is definitely being held up. 42.8 for Sestakov, 42.999 for Tom Strel. Sestakov's is just gone. Timothy Vladimirov is up into 6th place. Next up for him is Kairo Kivi, but I think it's just too little too late for Vladimirov. He really needs these guys at the front to be battling, but that is not going to happen as things currently stand. Paimre, no way through into turn 1. 42.8 again for Sestakos, 42.8 for Strel, Wallström and Paimre, 43.1s. And indeed for Kairo Kivi, Vladimirov puts in his personal best of a 43.013. This is the group of carts, I think, behind Timothy Vladimirov. Yeah, that's Timothy Vladimirov leading that chain of carts. His light blue helmet. And there's Linas Volungevicius going up the inside of Karlis Kirikovs. Sestakov's now over a second clear of Tom Strel. 43 zeros for Strel, Wallström and Paimre. And there goes Kirikovs trying to go back up the inside. Volungevicius can't make it work, and now Kirikovs has another driver going up his inside, which I think is Robin Shemet. The 389. Sorry, Dovydas Gudelevicius! Contact, and Gudelevicius goes into Volungevicius, and the two of them are out. They don't seem too upset by it, to be honest. I think for both of them, they're not having their best of days. I missed the start of that incident, but, well, we'll leave it to the stewards. But they both seem to just kind of accept that it's happened. There's a little hand being raised by Dovydas Gudelevicius, I think just making sure that Linas was okay. Sestakov's 42.7, the pace is not dropping, and he continues to gap Tom Strel. There's the yellow flag for the Gudelevicius-Volungevicius incident, and there is Gudelevicius making his way back into the pits. Timothy Vladimirov is closing in onto Kairo Kivi for 5th position. He's lapping into the 42s, and is the only driver doing that outside of Artyom Sestakov's. Paimre still struggling to find a way through on Martin Wallström. That's Alice Stolzermane in the 303, who is behind Kirikovs and then Shemet, which is the battle for 9th place. There's Sestakovs over the line, another 42.9. The pace is electric. Strel, 42.9 as well. But fastest of, well, actually, the only other driver really getting well into the 42.9s, Timothy Vladimirov, taking another 2/10 out of Kairo Kivi. Two minutes remain in this race. Sestakovs has this wrapped up. He just needs to make sure he doesn't have a Calentines moment and retire. But Sestakovs has driven fantastically. 2 weeks ago, you could say that he was somewhat handed the super final victory. Yes, he drove well, he was up there in the fight, but there was contact between other drivers, and then there's always a what if question. Today, there is none of that question. He has driven absolutely fantastically. He has saved, well, his tyres or something to find this extra bit of pace that not even Tom Strel could match. Tom Strel, who's been in a different league in the 2 heats today, but in the super final, it's all been Artyom Sestakovs. And no one has had anything even close to an answer. He's gapped Strel by 4/10 on that last lap. He's got to win this by over 2 seconds, really. Might even be bordering on 3 if this pace continues. 42.8 for Sestakovs, 43.0 for Strel. It is ridiculous. This is what Strel was doing to everyone earlier on today. Paimre still searching, not even for a way through on Wallström, just for a way to stick on his rear end. He can't seem to find it. Timothy Vladimirov 2/10 behind Kaido Kivi. A 5th place, still possible for the Latvian driver. There is Kivi and Vladimirov. No last lap board out just yet. I think Vladimirov might go for a move into turn 1 in the background of this shot. No move for Vladimirov just yet. So Kivi is going to have to... Oh, there goes Vladimirov. Vladimirov is up into 5th position. Good work from Timothy. And Paimre, again, just not able to sit right on the back of Wallström. We head through turn 6 and 7 and towards turn 8 and 9 for the penultimate time today. Here we go, final lap of the race. Artyom Sestakov leads by nearly 2.5 seconds over Tom Strel. Wallström defensive. Paimre looks for the switchback. Might have to look for another switchback. No, he's going to have to sit on the outside. Can't swing it over to the inside. How does he find a way through? Wallström just going to stay hugging the white line. And Paimre has no way through. Looks to the outside, looks behind him. He's got a big gap to Vladimirov. So he's going to go really wide heading into turn 5, but again just has to sit right behind Wallström. Wallström, he knows Paimre is right behind him and goes defensive into turn 7. Paimre with a good run. Now looks to the outside, heading into the final corner. Paimre tries to go to the inside. There's no space for him. He has to sit behind. There's a little bit of contact. Vladimirov has closed in as well, but the checkered flag is out. Artyom Sestakov, what a phenomenal victory for the Latvian driver ahead of Tom Strel. Martin Wallström defends to take the final podium spot ahead of Fernando Paimre, with a fast-charging Timothy Vladimirov in 5th position. Kaido Kivi takes 6th ahead of Marta Spike, with Kasper Kiskuela in 8th place. Robin Shemet and Alice Stolzermane complete the top 10. Then it's Karlis Kirikov's Marcus Papp, who finished in 2nd place here 2 weeks ago, down in 12th place. Then it's Adrian Sion's Rafael Zernask and Kyle Kriston Tukru in 15th place. Then in 16th is Albert Ingo, Marius Karshauskas, Matas Valshus, Romet Pakas, Oliver Kerg, completing the top 20. Guinness Rimkus in 21st. Then was Laurinas Karlavicius, Martin Svalds, Kauri Jesper Somets in 24th, ahead of Kai Spetkus in 25th. Normantes Arvesavicius, Elisabeth Sulse, Sara Tabo, Jonas Liotkauskas and Linas Volungavicius in 30th place, a lap down, but practically DNF'd. Our other non-finishers, Dovidas Gudelevicius, Endrik Pietz, Theobald Tobal, Arto Cabo, Ilya Sheremeta and Kristen Hjovein. So that brings an end to our racing. Fastest lap was Artyom Sestakov's by nearly a 10th, actually over a 10th of a second to anyone else. Phenomenal drive from Artyom Sestakov's. Well deserving. You can see him being congratulated by his teammates on the left-hand side of your picture. And well, if you're going to get congratulated for a drive, that is certainly a drive to get congratulated for. Well driven from Artyom Sestakov, who once again finds that key pace for the super final. And well, for future rounds, Paimre and Strel are going to have some working to do to be able to catch him, as there is Tom Strel congratulating Artyom Sestakovs, who, again, fantastic victory. But that does bring an end to our coverage of the second round of the Rotax Max Latvia Championship and the opening round of the Rotax Max Nordic Championship. We will be back on broadcast in a few weeks' time for the 19th and 20th of June at Madonna, round number 3 of the Latvian Championship. I believe you'll have Alex Goldschmidt on the microphone for that. But from myself, Yusuf bin Sahel, thank you ever so much to not only all of our officials running the events, but to all of the mechanics, the drivers, and to all of you at home for tuning in. We'll see you in a few weeks' time. Goodbye.